What up, everybody? Good morning and a happy Victory Friday. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios this morning. A big thanks for tuning in, however you're tuning in. If it's on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM online, you can stream it up at our website, Sports Talk 1051.com. You can download the app, take it on the go. You got your Alexa devices. Just say, "Yo, Alexa, play WAYY." Video streams are also up and rolling this morning. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, all the usual places there. But a happy Friday, happy day before the weekend is here. Man, what are we going to what are we going to chat about here this morning? Lots to get to here. Packers with the 27-18 victory last night against the Washington Commanders. Felt like they still left a little bit on the table, right? I don't know, like just felt good after they went up by a touchdown. Just felt good after, even when Commanders got down to 7, it was still felt good. And I think a lot of it was just defense again from the green and gold. Got Jane Daniels, held him to just 200 yards passing. He was sacked 4 times. Packers holding the entire team. Plus, Jane Daniels only had 17 yards on the ground. Packers holding the entire Commanders team to just 51 yards. I get a solid performance from this Packers defense. Tucker Kraft having a career night last night, 6 catches for a $124, including a touchdown. Hard running from Josh Jacobs, 84 yards on the ground, including a touchdown. So, man, if you had to give game ball, who you giving a game ball to? I had to give out a few different game balls on our latest green and gold hard count, but man, it was. I felt confident. I felt comfortable watching that whole game after Green Bay went up by a touchdown. I don't know if anybody else kind of felt that way, but I would also say too, yeah, it felt like Green Bay left some more points out on the field. Felt like at times it should be like 24-0. Green Bay just carried the tone, set the tone early on. So 2-0 though, baby. 2-0 to begin the season, as Adam Schefter just tweeted out a few minutes ago. The Packers improved to 2-0 for the third time under Matt LaFleur after beating the Commanders when they started 2-0 in 19 and 20. They reached the NFC Championship game. Both their victories this season have come against teams that won 12 or more games in 2024. As the Lions had 15 wins last season, Commanders won 12 games. Packers are the fifth team in the Super Bowl era since 1966 to win their first 2 games of the season, both against teams that won 12 or more games in the previous season. So, although we've got one downer from yesterday or last night's game was Jayden Reed. Jayden Reed leaving the game early due to an injury. Matt LaFleur afterwards confirming he's going to be out for a while with broken clavicle, broken collarbone, and Ian Rappaport saying about 6 to 8 weeks. But we're going to talk to our own expert, Dr. Crow, coming up just under an hour from now for our Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine inside the training room. So that is one downer from last night's game, seeing Jayden Reed go down. And you could tell the man was in a ton of pain last night, too. I mean, I've never broken my clavicle, collarbone, or anything like that, so I don't know what it's like. But, man, you could tell he was in a ton of pain. So, but definitely going to miss him. But you look at this offense, multiple weapons, Dontavian Wicks. I thought, you look at the box score, Wicks, it's like 4 catches for 44 yards, but he was featured early, a couple of nice catches right away, a big catch later on that scoring drive. I thought it was a good game, a solid game for Dontavian Wicks last night, factoring in, last year the struggles he had, and his number's probably going to be called upon a little bit more now with Jayden Reed expected to miss some time here. So, but who else would you give some game balls to? All right, let me know. Hit me up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912. Or you can comment on the video streams if you'd like. You saw the bag of tricks coming out a little bit featuring Savion Williams and such. Matthew Golden getting a couple carries too. So plenty. And I mean defensively too. What else can we say about this group? Man, they're playing with a ton of confidence and a ton of swagger. I know it's early, and we still got 15 more of these games to go. It's a long regular season yet. They're setting that bar very, very high right now. Man, it's a lot of fun to watch. So plenty of recapping from the victory last night throughout this morning. Not to be outdone, the Brewers are back in action tonight as they will begin a series with the Cardinals. The final 15. Begin the path to the final 15 begins tonight. So we'll talk some Brewers. We've got coming up just past 9 o'clock, Dominic Cotroneo. We've got he is the Packers post-game host on the Brewers. See, I got Packers on my mind yet. That's what you get for like an hour of sleep. Brewers pre- and post-game host that you hear on the Brewers at Radio Network. Dominic been on the program before, so he's going to join us just past 9 o'clock here this morning. We'll talk some Brewers and look ahead to not only this Cardinals series, but the final 15 games here. And things are even a little bit tighter now. When you look at the National League standings, Brewers holding on to a 2-game lead over the Phillies. Luckily, though, Brewers hold the tiebreaker. But going to probably do a little bit more scoreboard watching in these next 2 games in these final 15 for sure. Making sure they're ahead of the Cubs for the division, ahead of the Phillies for the top spot in the National League, which might very well could be for the top spot in Major League Baseball playoffs. So we got Quinn Priester on the mound. Can that streak continue with him and the wins for all the games that he starts? Brewers, was it 11, 12 wins in a row right now that number's at? But we'll see if Quinn Priester, maybe the luck of Priester on the mound can change the fortunes here for the Brewers, and hopefully they can bounce back after getting swept by the Rangers. But, the Cardinals would love nothing more than to play a little bit of a spoiler. So we'll talk some Brewers, not only with Dominic, but our guy, Brandon Berg, who will also do our Carpet City Flooring Center local sports local sports rundown. We've got high school football going on. We've got a lot of other fall sports going on. I know the Blue Gold football teams in Ohio taking on Kenyon College. We got Stout taking on Wartburg this weekend too. So plenty to catch up on the local sports roundup. We'll talk some Badger football as well, previewing Alabama, the game against Alabama tomorrow. Badger fans, I'm curious, like how are you approaching this game, considering what you saw the first 2 weeks of the season for the Badger football team? How are you approaching this game on Saturday? Like, what's your mindset going into this thing? Are you, I mean, you were all, if you're a Badgers fan, you're cheering for them. You're hoping that they could pick up the win in that. But realistically, how are you kind of approaching this thing? How are you approaching this? Like, what's your realistic expectations in this thing, or what are you just hoping to see? So we'll talk some college football coming up here. We got the AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. We'll get to that a little bit later on here as well. So lots to get to here this morning on this Victory Friday. So let's jump right into it, shall we? Let's lead it off with a little Packers. Packers pick it up again. That victory against the Commanders last night. Packers 2-0 to begin the season. 2-0 in conference play right now. What stood out to you the most in last night's victory? Give me some game balls. I think, there's going to be some obvious ones with Tucker Kraft and such. But if you had a little bit of an under the radar pick for a game ball, who would that be? Just for reference, Matt LaFleur last night giving away 2 game balls. One was to Tucker Kraft. The other was to Keyshawn Dixon. So who else would you have maybe given a game ball to? Or if you had a game ball to give to, who else would you have given that to? Who stood out to you from last night's win for the Pack. And is it possible that we could just, hey, Jeff Halfley, what do we got to do to keep you in town so you don't leave and maybe take a head coach job somewhere? I don't know. I think he is like Q rating of favorite coaches in this state right now. Where's he at compared to Pat Murphy? I mean, him and Pat Murphy probably have the highest rating, Q rating, PR rating right now in the biz for Wisconsin sports. But all right, let's jump right to it. We got to take a quick break here, and then we'll get things rolling here this morning. We'll talk a little Packers victory to open up things. I want to hear from you, though, okay? Join in on the convo. Hit me up with those texts. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Victory Friday now commences. Packers with the 27-18 victory last night against the Commanders. Sure, a lot of us are all probably bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning, getting going here. Probably still reaping in or we're feeling the effects from last night and such. But at least, when we got to have one of those late primetime games during the week or during the work week, and that makes it a little bit better when it comes with the W. Love to see the chit chat so far on the video stream. Brent says the offensive line last night with a couple people out looked all right. They held their own. Joe earlier saying good morning. Zach, our video stream moderator, says good morning, Dan. How about that defense and how about Tucker Kraft? Could we give a game ball to the whole defense? But in all honesty, they touched on this yesterday. Wyatt had a great game. There's outside of, Tucker Kraft definitely deserves a game ball. Keyshawn Nixon deserves a game ball for the amount of pass breakups that he had. I thought he had a solid game. I'm glad you mentioned Devontae Wyatt. I think that's kind of an under the radar performance from last night. But if you were watching it, he probably stood out to you because, he had a sack. He had a couple quarterback hits. The big man, also had a couple passes defended. For this guy, Devontae Wyatt, we saw flashes through his young career, but then you factor in Kenny Clark being gone. The play, there was more pressure put on Devontae Wyatt this season to okay, you're kind of the man now in the interior defensive line. No Kenny, no veteran. You're kind of the man now. And I would argue that his first 2 games of the season have been spectacular. He has been awesome. He's been really good on that defensive line. He's already got a couple sacks. He doesn't rack up a ton of tackles in that, but I've been impressed with 95 so far in the first 2 games of the season. And I think he absolutely deserves kind of an under the radar game ball from his performance last night. Yeah, you could pick a few different guys on this defense. Rashawn Garrett grabbed another sack last night. Lucas Van Ness had a quarterback hit and a nice tackle for a loss. But Edrin Cooper again all over the field. Half a sack, leading the team in tackles with 10. A couple quarterback hits on there too. You could give one to Edrin Cooper. I'd also give one to Javon Bullard. I thought, Bullard, who struggled against the Lions, I thought he came in and had a nice bounce back game last night. Thought he looked really good, reading, aggressive in the tackling department. I thought 20 had a nice bounce back game last night. And we saw, Nate Hobbs make his debut for the Packers. You look at that secondary, if Keyshawn Nixon plays like he did last night on a consistent basis, and Javon Bullard plays like he did last night, you throw in a Nate Hobbs, you throw in a Carrington Valentine, who has, to me, been incredibly underrated so far. You look at that secondary, and then you factor in the safeties. Man. And you add in the pressure that this team has been giving in the first two games of the season. You look at it, and the amount of quarterback hits the Packers had last night, 12. 12 quarterback hits last night, 4 sacks. Compare that to Washington, as one of our listeners noted. Packers had 2 backup offensive linemen in there. Jordan Morgan, he was in the running for a starting job this year. But even so, missing 2 starters, Jordan Love was hit 4 times last night. 2 sacks, but 4 times. Compared to Green Bay, 12 quarterback hits, 4 sacks. Micah Parsons, half a sack, 3 quarterback hits. Led the team in quarterback hits. And again, there's going to be other plays from him last night that won't show up in that stat sheet. Anybody who watched it saw it. How much he was a force on that field. And the scary thing, scary good for us Packers fans, scary bad for everybody else, the more reps he's going to get. And last night, he was talking about it. He's frustrated being on a snap count. He gets it, but he's like, got to unleash the dog. Guarantee you, probably against Cleveland, he's going to be out there on a more regular basis. But it's the expectation now is, the first 2 weeks from what we have seen from this defense, that bar is high. You've got everybody's attention across the football world. You've got the national media singing your praises. Packers fans are incredibly pumped and excited. The bar is higher. As Michael Jordan would say, the ceiling is the roof. And not to be glass half empty, Debbie Downer or anything like that, this group, don't read the headlines. Don't read your own headlines, though. Don't get caught. Don't have your head in the clouds. Stay focused. We still got 15 more games in the regular season for this. They ain't crowning anything after 2 weeks in the season. And I think that's where you look at the guys like a Micah Parsons, like a Rashawn Gary, the leaders on this defense to continue to stay focused and eye on the prize. Is a long season, but man, have they exploded out of the gate. And a lot of that has to do with the acquisition of Micah Parsons. Let's not kid ourselves. You bring in that guy, the swagger, the confidence, the energy that is just spewing all over the place. Hell yeah. The honeymoon period might wear off a little bit, but maybe not if Parsons continues to be a force out there. If he continues to be a wreck, like as in wrecking up plays and wrecking up offensive linemen, maybe that honeymoon period continues, but there probably odds are there might be a game where it's just a little bit off. But watching this, I was talking to a few people in the last couple days, and it's like I can't remember the last time being this excited or seeing a defense like this. And again, last night, the one thing that I loved about this defense overall, and Kirk Herbstreit was talking about it too, everybody flowing to the football. Every defensive player going to the football. How many white jerseys? As soon as somebody had that ball, receiver, running, everybody was flowing to that football. And you just look at it from a yards standpoint. Come on. It wasn't even almost fair at times. I love the graphic that popped up at one point where Tucker Kraft had more yards than the Commanders did total. Now, obviously, that didn't finish that way, but still. Green Bay won in every single facet except for penalties, which if we had to pick something that is a little bit annoying and frustrating is, again, special teams penalties, which what is going on? But in total yards, Green Bay 404 yards compared to Washington 230. And I thought it was a great point. I think it was, again, Herbstreit that mentioned this, or maybe it was somebody else. But, Cliff Kingsbury, I think he's a very solid, very good offensive coordinator, play caller, unique, creative, can throw a bunch of different stuff at you. And, he's kind of had his ways against longtime veteran NFL defensive coordinators. But Hafley has been in the college game. He's probably seen a lot of that stuff, the read option stuff, the RPOs. And he's got that team prepared for that. But our average yards per play for Washington was 3.5. 3.5. First downs, only 15. 15 for Washington. 2 of them came from penalties. Just 3 from rushing. Yards per pass for Washington last night, 3.9. Rushing, 2.7 per rush. That's it. That's it. This it's hard not like part of me wants to just keep this all in check and try not to have such super high expectations because it's kind of like the maybe a little bit like the Brewers where it's like I don't want to have super high expectations because I'm ready to be, have my heart broken or something like that. But man, how do you not from what you've seen from the first 2 weeks of this thing? And I think the assumption is, and it should be, it's just going to get better and better. The more Parsons gets comfortable, the more the defense itself as a whole gets comfortable with Parsons, the more they learn about each other, the more that they're in sync in that. But I mean, it's you look at the improvements not only just from a pass rush standpoint, it's communication, it's tackling, it's flowing to the football, it's the intensity, the confidence in this group. It's just it's so awesome to see. It's so awesome to see. What else? I mean, what else are we going to say about the defense? I mean, Brent says it was nice to see Lattimore decide to hold here and there. Zach says I felt like they were a little held back with some of the penalties. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, even like on the special teams part, offense, how many times did they kind of had to bring it back after special teams? But then you look at a couple of the scoring opportunities from Green Bay, and they drove the length of the field for crying out loud. But dang, that defense. I want to talk a little bit more about the offense here. And the potential loss of, well, not potential loss, it is a loss for Jaden Reed going forward. So let's take a quick break and let's talk a little bit about the offense from what we saw last night. That's coming up after these quick words. Coming up a week from today, it's Oktoberfest. Oktoberfest beginning at the Northern Wisconsin State Fairgrounds. Going Friday and Saturday. So plan your weekend next weekend by heading on over to Oktoberfest. And to kind of kick it off, we've got Kegs and Eggs happening at the Northern Wisconsin State Fairgrounds, 8 a.m. to 10:45 a.m. next Friday. It's the 5th annual Kegs and Eggs Oktoberfest kickoff. Breakfast, brats, beers, polka, Bavarian hats, and more. Attendees will get free entry to Oktoberfest, get breakfast and a free drink ticket, although free donations for 4-H and Oktoberfest are encouraged, plus free hats for the first 25 people. So that's happening starting a week from today. Next Friday. So put it on calendars. All right, we've got some more. I love to see the video streams hopping and rolling with some comments back and forth here. A little bit of YouTube and a little bit of Facebook here. James says, when I was watching the Packers defense last night, I had flashbacks to Seattle's Legion of Boom. Zach says, I could agree with that. Players are flying all over the field and just attacking the ball. I can't remember watching a game and wanting to see the defense on the field more. Brent also saying they really set the tone on that first drive with Wicks and really established the tempo of the game, helped the O-line establish themselves with quick passes to Wicks. I would agree with that too. You know, offensively, you start with the offensive line and no Banks, no Zach Tom, which I think we all kind of were preparing for. And Morgan was going to be one of the starters. I figured it was probably going to be left guard. But would it be Belton, Kennard? Who was it going to be? Belton got the first crack at it. Then he had a holding penalty. Then Kennard went out there for a little bit. Then Belton came back in and such. So kind of maybe a little bit up and down performance. I'm going to be curious to see how Pro Football Focus ranked Belton's performance at the right tackle spots last night. But, you know, we'll see if that's how long Zach Tom's going to be out and such. But I think all things considered, when you lose two starters on the offensive line, how do you kind of combat that? How do you not allow that to totally affect what you want to do on the offensive side? And I would agree with Brett there. You know, they come out in that first drive, even though it didn't come away with any points, had a shot to, but establishing that with Dontavian Wicks and getting a little bit of a quicker passing game going. It was good to see Wicks get in on the action. Again, that's why I give him one of my game balls. If you're just looking at the stat sheet, and you're like, 4 catches for 44 yards. Beginning of the drive or beginning of the game, a couple catches, then he had a big catch later on in the game to extend the drive. I thought it was a solid performance from Wicks, and going forward with Jaden Reed, who's going to be missing some time here, his number is going to be called upon more. He's going to be asked to be a big-time contributor or more of a contributor going forward. So I thought it was a solid night from Wicks. Obviously, Tucker Kraft is a story. And Tucker Kraft's having a career night last night. I mean, I think every Packers fan is probably saying, yes, this is what we have wanted to see from Kraft. You know, opportunity, having him being a focal part of the offense. I mean, you know, this is what a lot of people have been clamoring for. But how about Luke Musgrave making a couple plays too and a couple catches last night? Even he was getting involved into it. And with no Reed, who is kind of a Swiss Army knife, a guy that you can do multiple different things on in the offense, everybody's going to have to step up. I think, you know, especially like Matthew Golden. Matthew Golden might play that type of role where you're going to see him kind of involved in maybe a little bit of shorter pass game, maybe some jet sweeps and such. Good to see even Savion Williams getting involved in the offense, doing a little wildcat and such. I mean, when he was drafted, that was kind of the expectation. This is a guy, and he's a bigger receiver too, right? But this was a guy that can do multiple things within the offense and kind of, you know, present challenges to defenses. And that drive, that last touchdown drive, it was kind of like Matt LaFleur was opening up the playbook a little bit. Maybe kind of sensing, okay, we got to put this thing away. opening it up a little bit with some creative play calling. You look at Love, nearly 300 passing yards. But I think it's safe to say, too, it felt like the offense might have left some points out on the field. Like, it just felt like, okay, this game should be more. Even at halftime, Matt LaFleur acknowledged it, saying we should have more points right now. It just felt like they should. It felt like they left a little bit out there. And you just hope, okay, that's the second game. It's the second game on a short week, too, that, okay, you factor in the offensive line. 2 guys are missing. Does that all factor into it a little bit here? You lose Jaden Reed, possibly, but you just hope, okay, that's just going to get better. They're going to be on the same page. They're going to figure it out. They're going to get better. They're going to continue to get better. That's the one downfall that I would say from the offense last night. It was just it felt like there was more, and they didn't quite take advantage of it. But I got to give a ton of credit to LaFleur for that final touchdown drive. I mean, kind of opened it up a little bit, getting Savion Williams involved with that Wildcat formation. Matthew Golden running the football, too. I mean, that sweet touchdown pass to Kraft, and, you had Musgrave with wide open on that little bit of a play action. I mean, there was some sweet stuff dialed up on that drive. You're not going to see it every single drive because you probably don't want to reveal too much and put a ton out there, on tape for teams to scout and prepare for. But you saw some sprinkles, I think, of potentially what these different receivers bring. And it's such a unique receiving group. It's guys that could do different things, right? I mean, you got Matthew Golden, who's the speed guy, running like under a 4.3. Man, it was just a tick off on a couple throws with him. Could have had his first career touchdown. He had the guy beat. I know there's been a little back and forth. Should he have come back for it? Love kind of underthrew it. It's probably a little bit of both. But then the deep throw down the middle just overthrew him a little bit. You have to assume that timing is going to work itself out. You got Wicks, what we saw. We know about Dobbs. You throw in a Kraft and a Musgrave. Then you got this Savion Williams cat. Then, I mean, for crying out loud, can we just give a game ball to Malik Heath for that sweet catch he had on the sideline? Okay. Green Bay was the victim of a sweet catch last week against the Lions and a garbage time touchdown. And then Malik Heath with a sweet catch on the sideline too, and getting those little toe tap feet down. Feels like whenever Malik Heath doesn't get a ton of reps on the offensive side, but whenever he does, I feel like he's got this sweet catch or he's got a big play at some point in time. Whenever he does get a little bit more of an opportunity. But I feel like for all the, if you want to call them shortcomings on the offensive side, or the offense just doesn't feel like it's fully in sync or fully there, I'm confident. I feel like that's going to happen. I feel like it's going to happen. But I don't think there's any question right now what is setting the tone for this team. And what has got this team humming and kind of rolling right now and off to a 2-0 start is because of the tone the defense is setting. And I can't remember, again, like the last, I know we keep hammering home the defense, but I mean, I can't remember another time, like right now, when that defense is on the field, I'm like, okay, I feel good. I feel confident right now. I'm feeling good about our chances of not allowing a touchdown. It's not going to be that way every single drive, but I mean, when was the last time we kind of felt that confident? Like, all right, defense is going to close it out. We're feeling good. I'm sure there'll be more, when we get later in the season. There's going to be more teams studying, looking at what Jeff Hafley's doing and such, and there's going to be more on tape to try to attack that and such. I'm sure that's going to happen. I mean, everybody across the NFL says, give it like 3-4 weeks until you can kind of see how teams really are. And, we've been down this road before with Green Bay starting off the season undefeated, winning a few games in a row and such, and maybe kind of feeling out a little bit towards the end of that. Not saying that's going to happen right now, but just again, it's a reminder of how long this season is. So, Jeremy on our texting line. Don't forget you could hit us up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line as well, 715-830-1912. Jeremy says, I give my game balls to Jordan Morgan and Keyshawn Nixon. Morgan, you never heard his name called, which means he was doing his job, and Nixon really stepped up and so many pass breakups. Zach says, I really liked what we were doing with Williams on offense. The misdirection that Matt comes up with is just amazing. Really felt like they should have put more points up, and they were held back a little bit. Timing seems to be just a bit off between Love and Golden. Once they connect on that, I think it's going to be scary. So, yeah, the Golden and Love, I definitely think they're going to figure it out. That timing will come. It'll come. Yes, there was a preseason. Yes, there was a training camp and all that stuff. There was all of that. But at the same time, nothing can replicate game speed, and nothing can actually replicate a real game. So once they get some more regular season games under their belt, yeah, I feel good that they're eventually they're going to dial up that connection. It'll be there. It'll be there. And Golden's going to get more opportunities with Jaden Reed expected to miss a few weeks here. A little more than a few weeks, probably like half the season. But we'll talk to our expert, Dr. Crow, about that coming up here in just a little bit. What else? What else stood out to you from the game last night and the victory from last night's? I mean, how about the job that they did on Jaden Daniels? More so maybe from his scrambling standpoint. Deebo Samuel started to kind of pick up some plays. He had that kick return. It's like, oh, no. Started to maybe get a little bit more confidence in that, but Deebo Samuel, 12 targets, 7 catches for just 44 yards, or 8 targets, 7 catches for 44 yards. Zach Ertz, 6 catches for 64 on 8 targets, including a touchdown. Overall, though, what else kind of stood out to you from this game? It sure seems like teams are – I shouldn't say teams because we only got 2 teams in there. But, I mean, it sure seems like the approach right now is they're coming in. These defenses, these first 2 examples have been, all right, we're stopping Josh Jacobs. We're going to slow down the run. We're going to continue to make Jordan Love in the passing game try to beat us. Well, Jordan Love, 292 with 2 touchdowns with a rating of a 113.9. And how about the one play from Jordan Love picking up that first down on a scramble? He ain't doing that last year because he's banged up. That was a big-time run, lowering the shoulder and picking up that first down too. That was huge. A play like that. And that's a play like that if they show it up in meetings and that, you're going to have offensive linemen and everybody going, ooh, boy. I mean, that was big, though. He extended the drive picking up that thing. You could tell Jordan Love's healthier right now than he was last year, and what a difference it makes in his play. But 2 games in, he's got 480 passing yards, 4 touchdowns. He's got a QBR rating of a 76.7. Both games, both games combined, his quarterback rating is 120. 120 right now. Not too darn bad. Small sample size. I get that. But I think it's fair to say he's off to a good start, too. All right, we'll have more as we wrap up the first hour. Give me your thoughts, though. Hit us up on the video streams. Hit us up with a text. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Just a couple minutes to the top of the hour here, so quick rundown of what's coming up here. We'll chat with Dr. Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, inside the training room, get his thoughts on the Jaden Reed injury from last night, what to expect, how long, and timetable for return and such. So we'll talk to Dr. Crow coming up here just past the top of the hour. Then we've got Mr. Brandon Berg, joining us. We'll continue our football talk throughout the morning. Do want to talk some Brewers, though, as we get set for the final 15 games of the regular season. So we'll chat with Brandon there. We've got Dominic Cotroneo from the Brewers pre and post game. He's going to be hopping on in the 9 o'clock hour for just a few minutes. Plus, we've got our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle coming at you. We'll probably do that in the 8 o'clock hour, too. So, plus, Local Sports Roundup brought to you by our friends from Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. So, keep your thoughts coming on last night's game. Hit us up with a text, 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. Or you can join the video chat on Facebook and YouTube. Zach's over there on YouTube, chatting it up with everybody. So hit Zach up over there too. Talk a little ball with him and with the rest of us too. So we'll get back to some more of your comments over there. Gotta love first of all Matt LaFleur last week, kind of critical of some of the Pacs fans who were selling their tickets last night after the game, saying that was the best gold package game in terms of fan energy and such that he's been a part of. Don't know if anybody was still watching the game or watching some of the post-game stuff. Micah Parsons was at the desk with Amazon Prime, and shout out to the fans there because you could clearly hear what they were chanting, and that was "Thank you, Jerry." And Micah definitely heard that too. So shout out to those fans who are that. Parsons is definitely embracing this, and that's kind of, I think, helping feed him too. But man, I mean, seriously, just watching that guy play. I mean, we've seen him going up against him, but now that, he's on our team in that, and just kind of seeing seeing him up close and more up to, man, that dude is special. Holy moly. He is just unbelievable. Unbelievable. I know there's, Goody, and a lot of people say a player doesn't make a difference, but when you've got a lot of good pieces in one spot, yeah, a player can make a difference. A player can absolutely make a difference if you've got a good situation and you add somebody like that. It can definitely make a difference. And we're seeing that right now with Parsons in this Green Bay situation. It's a lot of fun to watch. Speaking of, maybe not a lot of fun.
Speaking of fun to watch?
No.
Oh, come on. That segue was almost there. You must be tired.
That was very rude of you in the news to insinuate that I called you fat.
Oh, Fat Bear Week.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's because you're all River Valleyed up now. You're super skinny svelte, Dan.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that shirt still fits you. That
you call me
shirt.
Fat now?
No, you told me to go shopping for you when I was at the first game at AmFam to open it up this season.
Yeah.
Brought you back a shirt.
Yeah.
But now that you're skinny, you got to take it in on the back a little bit.
I think you got a large for me. We're good.
So what do you think about last night? You coming off feeling good?
Of course.
Now, Lambeau was recently added to the Wisconsin Wonders list.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to ask you, what small town Wisconsin wonder would you add to the list? Because I know you do an up and down Packer talk today. So we're going to take a little side quest here. Lambeau Field, just on the list, there's 11 Wisconsin wonders. One of them is the Apostle Islands, Milwaukee Art Museum's on there, Devil's Lake, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you were going to make your own private Wisconsin wonders list, what are 3 things you would make sure to put on there right away?
And I can't have Lambeau?
No, you can't have Lambeau. That's already on the master list. We're talking about personal list, like the Rushmore of Wisconsin wonders for you, for Dan Kasper.
It's got to be up north, Chequamegon National Forest.
Okay.
Just, I know it's pretty generic, but I mean,
you think you could spell that if you had to?
No.
Every time I see it,
I know there's a Q in there.
I'm pretty sure every time I see it, it looks like it's spelled differently.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's never spelled the same twice.
Yep. That's Door County.
As general or a destination specific? You got
destination, right?
Yeah, but is there a place you always go when you're in Door County?
I've never been to Door County.
Then how do you know you can't
just
put
'cause
something on
everybody-
there you don't even know?
Just everybody goes there.
No, this
so
is your personal one.
I don't know. The
It could be
Dells?
like
The Dells?
the Dells.
Yeah.
To me, the Dells look like somebody like gave a giant child
I like
an endless budget
I
and
like
said,
the
"Here, make a town."
sandstones. I like sandstones. Those
Okay.
cliffs. I
But
like
you're not
those.
talking about water parks.
No. Like when you go into Ducks and then like the river and the view and all that stuff.
The trail walks and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
the Dells is beautiful for
Yeah.
that way. Do you have a spot? Because we always would go to Chula Vista in the Dells. Do you have?
No, we haven't. It's been a few years. So
What about Medford? Any place on Medford?
no.
Oh, come on.
Pizza and mink.
I'm rooting for you, Medford.
Was last seen at her grandmother's house, and this was shortly after arriving home from school when a suspect vehicle believed to be driven by her uncle, 34-year-old Jordan Coyle, stopped at the home and then left. Ruby has not been seen since then. Again, if you had that Amber Alert come through on your phone, 6-year-old Ruby Lehman. Turning attention to public health, officials in the La Crosse and St. Croix County area are reporting the first human cases this year of West Nile virus. The La Crosse County Health Department reported confirmation of a case. St. Croix County Public Health Department doing the same, only times 3. Health officials want to remind people that the virus is not spread person to person, only by being bitten by an infected mosquito. And of course, I don't have to tell you that the Packers made it look fun down Lambeau yesterday with that win over the Commanders. You'll be chatting with Casper about that. So we're going to switch attention to the Bears. You know, the fat ones. Fat Bear Week is just around the corner. And don't worry, they don't get offended when I call them fat. Okay, Body Confident Bear Week.
The polls will open next week for the annual bracket-style competition to crown the chunkiest bear at Alaska's Katmai National Park and Preserve. The annual Fat Bear Week contest relies on public votes to determine which brown bear in the national park has put on the most weight ahead of winter hibernation. Last year, 2023 champion Chunkster Grazer once again claimed the title of Alaska's fattest bear. I'm Mark Mayfield.
You know, now that Casper is all successful with River Valley weight loss and he's all svelte and trim and looking good like an action hero, he's been kind of mean to the rest of us. I heard him talking about me in the hallway. You know what he said? Said I
Has put on the most weight ahead of winter hibernation.
Our Sports Talk 105.1. I'm Morgan McCarthy.
For this morning, we are starting off with visibility being a lot better than the past 2 days across the Chippewa Valley. Some patchy fog can't be ruled out across portions of our eastern counties. While we are starting off clear, more clouds are expected to move in as the day goes on, temperatures climbing up near 81 degrees, with the possibility of a stray shower late this evening. I'm 13 First Alert meteorologist Sarah Lighthizer.
From the first whistle to the final buzzer, from the locker room to the deer stand, it's Sports Wisconsin style. This is the Dan Kasper Show, your home for hard-hitting takes, in-depth conversations, and some fun along the way.
All right, second hour kicking off right now on this Friday morning, September 12th. A big thanks for tuning in and making us a part of your start. If you're up and at it, it's probably a long night for a lot of you Packers fans and such, but we're all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed this morning on a Victory Friday. So we'll talk some more football coming up here. We've got Brewers back in action. The final 15 games of this regular season. Brewers still holding on to first place in the National League, still holding on to first place in the division over the Cubbies, but things are getting a little bit tighter. So Brewers are set to begin a 3-game series with the Cardinals starting tonight. We'll do some local sports roundup with Mr. Berg as well. Before we get to that, well, you know what time it is on every Friday morning.
Paging Dr. Crow. Breaking down the latest in sports injuries. It's time for Inside the Training Room with Dr. Crow. You better call me a doctor. On the Dan Kasper Show. Somebody give me a doctor.
He is Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, and was texting with Austin last night right away about the Jane Reed, and I know we had a couple people already. I logged in this morning, Austin, saw a couple texts already from people saying, can you ask Dr. Crow about Jaden Reed? So we might as well begin right there, and your assumption was correct last night. Sounds like it's a broken, okay, so clavicle, collarbone, would that be the same thing?
They are the same thing, yeah. So the actual bone is the clavicle, but it's kind of layman terms collarbone. Yes, correct.
Okay, so he looked like he was in a ton of pain afterward. I mean, I've never broken mine, so I don't know. But so for his position, receiver, football, I mean, we're used to it with Aaron Rodgers and such, breaking it a couple times. Yep. What's kind of a timeline for an injury like this, and does it affect it since he's a receiver and maybe a guy who probably gets hit a lot more?
It's a couple variables. So one of the big ones is the fracture pattern. So fractures can be markedly displaced. They can be non-displaced. They can be broken into multiple pieces. We call that comminuted. All those play a role in how quickly it'll heal. The other thing is whether they elect to decide to do surgery or not. And I don't think I've seen anything saying that one way or the other. So if they decide to put plates and screws in, sometimes you can argue that might get him back to sports a little bit faster because you get the bones directly lined up against each other, so it has the ability to heal a little quicker. That it won't make a marked difference. My anticipated timeline would be right around that 6 to 8 week mark. That's when we tell most athletes after they break their collarbone. Again, though, how hard he hit, my guess is he has a displaced fracture, so meaning the bone's actually moved. So I would not be surprised if he gets a plate and screws and then is back playing and again right in that 6 to 8 week mark.
So, I mean, that's, with that, would he have to wear any added extra protection when he comes back or anything like that? Because I think, if I remember right from the whole Aaron Rodgers stuff when he broke his collarbone, I mean, how many scans he went through? Because remember that was like, oh, is it healed and all that? Does it make a difference if that plate is on there? Can they still do that? Do they have to make sure that it's all fully healed and attached, I guess?
Yeah, generally we'll do follow just plain x-rays, but NFL players get treated differently than the rest of us.
Yeah.
That's just the way it works, right? So they do get special scans. I mean, the best way to assess bony healing without a doubt is what's called a CT scan, which is, think of it like a three-dimensional x-ray. So we can really see closely where there's fracture healing or there's not. It wouldn't shock me if they're really going week by week if they're saying, look, are we seeing good bony healing? But for the most part on x-ray, you get a pretty good sense of whether or not the bone's healing correctly. But like I said, it does matter on fracture pattern as well, so that does play a role. But it wouldn't surprise me if they're going to be monitoring it more closely than we would with an average person. But the nice thing about having plates and screws in there is it's supported immediately, so people can start rehabbing the shoulder more quickly. Now, at first, of course, the plate and screws is the only thing holding the load, so you can't go too heavy, but it certainly gets people more comfortable quickly. And then, of course, they can start moving the shoulder and doing some light lifting on an earlier timeline, which are all things that help get the athlete back sooner. So, it's not going to change it by months. We're talking weeks difference. But when you're talking about an NFL player, weeks matter, right? Especially in season. If it's off season, not as big a deal, but in season, those things do matter. So we'll see how it plays out.
So this is going to be a really stupid question, but okay, once that's all healed, does that plate and screw stay in there for the rest of his life?
Good question. So the answer is generally we leave them in if we can.
Okay.
Some people do get irritation. If you take them out, at first there's a stress riser because you have those holes in the bone. So, where we have the plate, it lays on top, but the screws, of course, go through the bone. When you take them out, you're left with a hole. The body does fill that in, but for a couple months, it's a weak spot. So there is a higher incidence of refracture. So you definitely wouldn't want to take the plate out during the season. Otherwise, the risk of rebreak would be very high. But long term, we take probably, I don't know, maybe 25%, maybe a little bit less of clavicle plates. I mean, if you feel your own collarbone or clavicle, it is right under the skin, right? So people can feel the plate. Sometimes it bothers them, sometimes it doesn't. But the main reason to take it out is because it's irritating the patient.
So, and the other part in this too is could this almost, because this is a guy too, remember we were talking about with that Jones fracture in his foot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with this timeline here too, I got to imagine that's going to be good for his foot and potentially do a lot of healing for that injury too.
That is an excellent point because resting that Jones fracture is going to be one of the ways they can get it to go in the right direction. Now, I mean, the one thing is you wouldn't want to do surgery on both. So let's say let's fix the Jones fracture and the collarbone, because usually if you're going to put a screw in a Jones fracture, you're going to want longer than a 6-week recovery. So that would be the only thing. For a split second, I thought the same thing. I wonder if they'd consider doing that, but the timelines don't match up well. But the rest will help. And clearly he's not going to be able to go full bore on that thing for a while. So yeah, this is potentially a little bit of a silver lining that maybe he comes back at the back half of the season, heal all the way around. That's certainly a possibility.
I want to go back to the game against the Lions, and Zach Tom did not play in this game, and he got hurt kind of on friendly fire when Aiden Hutchinson lit up Jordan Love, and Jordan Love, got pushed into Tom, and Tom looked like he landed on his hip. And now I've been seeing people saying it's a hip pointer. Can you explain to us what exactly a hip pointer is?
Yeah. So a hip pointer is an injury. Usually it's basically in the family of like a contusion where you hit right along the crest of your pelvis. So that part of the pelvis is called the ilium. That ridge is called the iliac crest. So if you hit right along the iliac crest, you can get basically a hematoma underneath there. It can be really, really painful. I don't think it's a hip pointer because usually those are, although very painful, they resolve fairly quickly. So to miss 2 weeks, that's atypical. If you land more on the side, you could have an issue with the troch. So kind of now not the pelvis, now you're down on the hip, actually the side of the hip, right there, that kind of bump that you feel, that's called the greater trochanter. So that's the attachment for your abductors. You have the IT band running there. You can get bursitis. So he could have some irritation right there. That would be more likely to linger. But even that is a little atypical for it to keep him out. So I have to be honest with you, it is a little bit of a head scratcher why they're keeping him out. Maybe they're just saying, look, let's let it heal up and just get him right and not have a lingering issue. But I guess it could be the one. Certainly, I mean, if it was fractured, they would say that. So broken bone, either the pelvis or the hip, that would be a very significant injury, and that's not what's going on. So it's probably on the line of a contusion to one of those structures. But again, hard to say for sure. Neither one of them makes complete sense, to be honest. But like I said, it may be just they're playing it safe. All right, it's early on. Let's just get him healthy and get him back.
Yeah, because it seems like there's like some, you on NFL.com, it says hip, but you look at the actual Packers injury report, then they list it as an oblique injury for him. So, I mean, is that kind of just like almost same area, or does that tell you something maybe different?
Yeah, I mean, well, so the obliques, of course, are part of the abdomen complex. So they're the ones that run, as the name implies, obliquely off the side. So they kind of go from the ribs down to the edge. So, I mean, that could be more in line with like an oblique strain. So he may have gotten hit and kind of jarred at the same time. Certainly when you're dealing with muscle injuries, a week or two, sometimes longer, is not uncommon. So that would honestly fit more than like a hip pointer or a contusion as a trochanter. So to me, if the Packers are saying more oblique, that fits more in line with this timeline than it does a true contusion to the pelvis or hip, truthfully.
Interesting. George Kittle last week, hamstring injury. They've already put him on injured reserve, so he's going to be missing the next 4 weeks. I got to imagine then would that probably be like the grade 3 that we sometimes hear, sometimes you talk about if they're already shutting him down for the next few weeks?
Yeah, it's going to be a legit one. I mean, the low grade ones, the guys are going to be kind of more almost day to day, frankly, if not week to week. If they're just shutting them down, because I think what's at a minimum of 4 or is it 6?
I think it's 4 now. Yeah.
4. Oh yeah, 4 weeks. So yeah, I mean, that's a legit one. So he's going to have, I'm sure he had an MRI. It's going to show a substantial injury to the muscle belly or the muscle tendon junction, probably a pocket of blood in there. They're going to, let him rest it, let it heal, try to decrease scar tissue formation, get him going and see where the dust settles. But the good news is, again, guys tend to bounce back well from that. But I think a lot of teams are learning, the good old days of like rub dirt on it and get back out there. It often leads to bigger problems and recurrent injuries. And, I mean, you don't have to tell the Niners about recurrent injuries with CMC over there, right? So they're probably like, let's just play this one safe. So I'm sure there's an element of that as well, where it's like, let's get him healthy, get this behind us, and then go forward.
I want to ask you about the Xavier Worthy injury situation. So just a refresher, Travis Kelce actually kind of ran into him in week 1, and that's a big dude to run
Not
into.
kind of.
Yeah. So it sounds like Xavier dislocated his shoulder. He's not having surgery right now. He's rehabbing and such. What's kind of like, could this be dependent on the severity of how he dislocated his shoulder, whether there's going to be surgery or not, or what have you seen or read to kind of maybe give us an idea about this injury?
Yeah, I mean, shoulder instability, aka dislocations, we use the term shoulder instability, is a very common issue in football players. So, I mean, I'm probably treating like 10 high school football players with it right now. So we see it a lot. So there's a lot of variables that go in. So first off, is it going out the back or out the front? Is it recurrently unstable? Has it dislocated more than once, or is this his first time dislocating? And then, of course, the actual injury pattern itself. So, of course, he's gotten an MRI. Of course, they don't disclose that to us, but it'll show the injury pattern. So if it's an isolated tear of the labrum and it looks relatively small, we don't see any bony injuries, we don't see any cartilage injuries, they're often going to get guys to play through that and see if we can get through the season. And, the tricky part is if it is, let's say, for example, anterior instability, which based on the impact, I would say it could have been either way. You would think a direct blow would push the shoulder out the back, and that could be the mechanism. But a lot of times if the arm gets jarred up and out, it actually comes out the front. So, when that impact was just, and he got trucked, right? Those guys just drilled each other. So it's hard to say exactly what happened. So it could have went either way. But with anterior instability, we put people in these, either like a Sully brace or a shoulder immobilizer. They basically stop the arm from coming up and out. For a lot of players, not a big deal. Of course, a receiver, that is a big deal. So I'm wondering if this is more maybe a posterior instability, and they're hoping they can just kind of get him through. He'll probably have some irritation and pain here and there, but get through season and then get it fixed in the off season. But again, without knowing for sure, it's a little bit of guesswork. But we often are able to try get athletes through the season with labral tears. But if it keeps coming out, or we see an MRI with a specific injury pattern, we may say, look, it makes sense to just shut this season down and get it fixed, and then just get it right.
Man. Hey, going back to the 49ers, I got to ask you about this Brock Purdy situation, especially the way how Ian Rappaport from the NFL Network described this. And as somebody who has gone through turf toe like you, Brock Purdy they're listing it, toe and shoulder injuries, but Ian Rappaport said, quote, a variant of turf toe. Is there different variants of turf toes out there, or what do you think he's kind of referring to?
So in the straight sense of the term, not really. So turf toe, again, as a turf toe sufferer myself, I can tell you it's one of those things, like, it sounds like such not a big deal, but it is a big deal. So it's an injury to the plantar plate, so the bottom part of the great toe, that big knuckle. About half of the force you generate with push-off comes through that part of the foot. So it is a big blow, right? It ended Deion Sanders' career. So it's a significant injury. So with that, now there are grades to it, but usually we wouldn't use that as the term variant. Now, I will say there is one slight variant, and I wonder if they're alluding to this, where instead of the toe just coming straight up and damaging just the roller or the bottom part, it also injures the ligaments on the side. So we basically call, like everyone probably knows what a bunion is, where the toe kind of goes in. It's called hallux valgus. So you can get a traumatic hallux valgus. Actually, that's the kind of turf toe I had. So I had that variant, I guess, as well. So maybe that's what he has, where you rip the bottom ligaments and the inner ligaments, and you basically all of a sudden in one step have a bunion, like your toe is kind of pointing in. So maybe that's what they're alluding to. But either way, it's like every step hurts. You can't push off without a ton of pain. So, especially a position like quarterback where you need to be mobile, it's a legit injury. So, as of now, it looks like they're going to be trying to treat it non-operatively. So they're going to tape it, brace it, probably put a carbon fiber sole in a shoe, and then obviously see how it plays out.
Yeah, man. Do you think the timeline is, with 3 to 5 weeks or whatever they got at, is that more for the shoulder, you think, or do you think that's with the turf toe under, or is it just a combination of both?
Probably a combo. I would tell you, they really haven't said a ton about the shoulder, so it's harder to say. The toe, I can tell you, if it's a legit injury, it's going to be a good month. I doubt he'll be back sooner than a month, but those big carbon fiber inserts in the shoe can offload it, so that can make it a little bit more tolerable. But I can tell you, if it's a higher grade injury, it's going to be a while till he can push off without a lot of pain. And the problem is you don't want to push through that one, because that you need that to heal correctly. Because if you don't, then you have joint instability, then you have bigger problems, and then you don't want this to be a career-threatening injury. And they obviously just signed him to a big contract, so they're not going to want to put his future in jeopardy. So they're going to play it the right way. So my guess is it's going to be followed with a couple MRIs, serial exams, and then just kind of see how it plays out.
All right, before I let you go, I got to ask your thoughts on your team from last Monday night and then getting set for Sunday Night Football. What'd you think about McCarthy and I guess a tale of two halves, really, a little bit?
Yeah, the fourth quarter, he looked like the guy we wanted, right? He played with a lot of intention and was throwing the ball really well, making good reads. I don't know if it was play calling that KOC was trying to hold him back a little bit. just to kind of get him in the groove. It's hard to say for sure, but boy, he looked good in that fourth quarter, and he didn't look so hot in the first half. So I like to say this, that the second half guy was the guy that we're going to get. But I mean, we live in a society. Well, I mean, we're part of it, right? We're on social media talking about it. We're in a society where people want instant results, and so it's important to remember. He's functionally a rookie quarterback, so I'm going to give him a lot of leeway. But was I happy with the performance? Absolutely. I mean, to lead a fourth quarter comeback like that shows a lot of poise. So happy. Obviously, it should be a good matchup. The Falcons are a good team. I mean, I think they have a young quarterback as well, right? So it's going to be a good game. And I think the Vikings can pull it out. Home field advantage is crucial, as the Packers have seen the first 2 weeks. So I expect it to be a good game, and hopefully JJ can keep taking those steps. And these young quarterbacks, you give them some success, you get their confidence up, they play well. The talent's there, and he's got a lot of talent around him as well. So my hope is we can ride that.
Absolutely. Well, hey, I know you got a game tonight too against El Camon. So best of luck to you and the boys over there. And we appreciate you hopping on this morning there, bud.
Absolutely. You guys have a great one.
You too. There you go. Dr. Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine for our Inside the Training Room. Good stuff as always. All right, let's take a quick break and we'll get Mr. Brandon Berg, joining us in studio. Coming up in just a couple minutes. Big thanks to Dr. Crow for joining us here this morning for a little inside training. A reminder, if you ever miss those segments, we do usually put them up in our podcast form, the Man Cave Podcast, which you can find wherever podcasts are available, like Spotify and Apple. If you could, though, not only follow and subscribe, but if you could take a few seconds to give us a 5-star rating on Apple and Spotify and a nice little review on Apple, because that helps the algorithms out there spread the word. So the power of friendship, like Brandon's shirt says. Show it to everybody. Show it. We got Zach over there on our YouTube feed that wants to see it. The power of friendship. So how you doing, sir?
Good. How are you?
Not bad. Not after last night. It's not too bad. So gotta like what I'm seeing. So I'm gonna get your thoughts on that coming up here in a little bit. But first, I want to switch gears and talk a little Brewers, if you're good with that. So
Yeah, always good with that.
Final 15, man, but they get swept by the Rangers, and the Phillies are inching a little bit closer and closer. You getting a little nervous? Are objects in the mirror closer than they appear? The whole Jurassic Park, dinosaurs chasing you,
I
sort
was
of
thinking
thing.
more of like Jaws. Is it more of a duh?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
not at this point. I mean, it's important to remember the Brewers do have the tiebreaker at the Phillies that won the season series. So
Yep.
But you kind of go from the highs of sweeping the series in Pittsburgh to the lows of sweeping the one or getting swept in Texas. So and hopefully history holds true. Remember 2 years ago in a series later in the regular season, the Rangers swept the Brewers. Rangers went on to win the World Series.
Oh boy.
Or the Brewers. I'm sorry, the Brewers swept the Rangers.
Oh, okay. So that means the Brewers are going to win the World Series.
I mean,
that's what physics and math, the
happens,
science tells us.
The first time I'm on the radio after that, I'm definitely bringing that up. But yeah, I mean, just kind of one of those series. I mean, they happen. I mean, it was the first time they had been swept since the infamous series in New York to start the year. So,
which is nuts to think about.
It is, especially for those first month and a half when the team wasn't playing very well. You thought, well, maybe that would have happened somewhere else, but it didn't. So you don't want to say they were kind of due for it, but it happens. I mean, just kind of, you look at some of those games, it was, even, going back to the game Monday night, it was just kind of a pitch here, a pitch there kind of a thing. You wouldn't say well, they were just outclassed. It was just kind of well, it just,
I mean, they had leads and then they were losing those leads.
Right.
And yeah.
So, you look ahead and you move forward. You try to just kind of get back on track.
Right. Hoskins is back. Still don't really know the role, but I think they're going with the right approach. Like Pat Murphy says, I've got 3 offensive weapons. And to Hoskins' credit, too, I mean, when he came back, he's like, they're going to roll with these guys, and he gets it.
And I think he was the right guy for this situation because he's a veteran. He gets it. And, yeah, you've seen what Andrew Vaughn has done. And, look, Jake Bauers, as much as, I have, made it known on this show that I'm not a big fan of Jake Bauers overall, just, his production over his career and stuff, but he's he's been on a heater recently. When that's the case, that person's in the lineup.
Yep.
So he understands. Right now, Rhys Hoskins understands. Okay, maybe it's more of a pinch hitter thing, and I think we've seen in that Rangers series kind of maybe what that role looks like for him. Where if there's a big spot, maybe in the middle innings. I think he pinch hit for Joey Ortiz at one point. That's kind of maybe why Andrew Monasterio is kind of a pretty important player for this team, because certainly if you pinch hit Joey Ortiz for Rhys Hoskins, you're not going to roll Rhys Hoskins out shortstop. So
right,
you can kind of make that move knowing it's kind of a 2-step process. Okay, we're going to give him the at bat, and then Monasterio is going to come in and play defense. Or we've seen Bryce Strang, or we've seen Caleb Durbin play a little bit of short too. Just kind of maybe adding extra options there. But I think that's what you're going to see from Hoskins here. And if he does get hot, maybe there's an opportunity for some starts, and I'm sure he'll get some down the stretch anyway. But I'm glad that's the route they went.
Right.
With how guarded Pat Murphy was about it at first, they're not going to do something dumb just DFA Rhys Hoskins. I don't see why they would, but there was no reason to think they would. But it's I don't know. Sometimes you're worried about them just trying to kind of galaxy brain it instead of just
overthinking it. No,
just do the easy thing. Just do the easy thing, because I can guarantee you, if that happens, Rhys Hoskins is signing with the Padres or the Cubs, and guaranteed he's hitting a home run if they play the Brewers in the playoffs. That was, if you could bet money on that, I would have thrown a bunch of money on that because that's just kind of how things can go. So,
Yep.
But he's someone that you're just going to work in there, and you would say, well, maybe there's a chance for him to work as a DH. But I think obviously Christian Yelich kind of coming off the back soreness, like you're probably going to see a fair amount of Christian Yelich at DH going forward. Just because kind of wanting to save him from himself maybe a little bit.
Right. Yeah. I want to go back to the Miz's last start. I mean, over 100 pitches, 7 innings, and you go back to that game in that first inning, it probably wasn't going to look like it. But I mean, I got to admit, I was shocked that they still let him go out there and throw 100 pitches.
Right. And I think I think you could make a case that it's arguably the best start he's made when you factor in going 7 innings, when you factor how it started, where, after that first inning, it didn't look like he was going to be very long for that game. It kind of looked like a lot of other starts he's made this year, but he really settled in. He was throwing strikes, and I like the fact that Pat Murphy just let him keep going because he needed to do that at some point. And I think now with the way the schedule sets up, where they've got off days again. They had one yesterday. And I do like the fact that Pat Murphy is still kind of working in a 6-man rotation because at this point, if you can cut off a start or two from your starters at the end of the year, that's an extra 10, 12 innings that you're going to potentially be able to use the postseason. I just like the idea of kind of keeping them fresh that way. You don't have to keep on a strict, once every 5th day thing.
Right.
So, but I think that was a very important start for Mizorowski, just to be able to kind of, if nothing else, just to show himself and give him the confidence. Yeah, I can do that. I can go 7 innings a game.
Right.
Especially after maybe it didn't start great.
Right.
So that was very encouraging.
So we have Quinn Priester tonight, and obviously we know the streak that the Brewers are on whenever he starts a game. He doesn't always get the win, but the Brewers have been getting wins whenever he started. What is it about, for anybody that maybe doesn't quite know, but what was it about Priester that the Brewers, because we heard about it when the Brewers acquired him, like, okay, we're going to do this, or kind of focus on that. What has it been with the Brewers that they've done that's kind of like helped Quinn Priester become this pitcher that he has right now?
From what I've seen, it seems like it's been a focus on kind of tweaking the pitch mix. When he was in Boston, the Red Sox wanted him to throw as hard as he could, which meant throwing, more four-seam fastballs. Four-seam fastballs, generally pretty straight, but it's the hardest pitch you can throw. But with the Brewers, it's been more sinkers, kind of sinker slider, mixing in the changeup in there, basically pitching to contact more, and working in, working out, and you kind of see that with Priester. And part of the reason he's been able to pitch deeper into games a lot of times is because he pitches contact. If you're a strikeout pitcher, obviously, unless you're the elite guys, like generally you're not going quite as long as a pitch to contact guy, just because, it takes you more pitches generally to strike someone out than, if you get the first or second pitch ground ball. Now, the caveat with that, which we've seen at times with Quinn Priester, is when you're a pitch to contact ground ball guy, sometimes you'll just have those starts where every ball seems like it drops in.
Yeah.
I think of the start he made all the way back in, June against the Twins, that really hot Sunday game where it just seemed like every ball the Twins put in play found a hole. And that'll happen sometimes when, pretty much every ball or every pitch you throw gets put in play. But it's a sound idea in that, you pitch to contact. Obviously, the Brewers have a really good defense, so that's working behind you. But it's a little bit more of that, I think. And, what Chris Hook and that, pitching coaching staff do really well is find out what somebody does and just say, do that more, and then kind of work off that. And it's a few-year-old example, but the example I always think about is Yuli Chassin when he pitched for the Brewers. He had a really good slider, and the Brewers just said, you know what, throw that more. Generally, most starters aren't going to have a slider be their most thrown pitch. It's just going to be a fastball, whether it's a four-seamer, a sinker, two-seamer, cutter, whatever it is. But with him, they said, that's your best pitch. People can't hit that. Just throw that more. And then work what you do off that in a different way. I think that's what the Brewers have done with Quinn Priester, is they saw a guy with a lot of talent, that was a former first-round pick, and said, there's something here, but let's tweak it. Let's work with it. And that's led to a lot of success.
So looking at these final series. I mean, just because every series has 3 games left in it and such. The biggest maybe question, concern, or something that you wanna see as we assuming heading into the postseason here, because I mean, they're just a couple games from just clinching a playoff spots
Right.
at this point, so I think it's safe to assume that. Never wanna assume anything, but regardless, something that, because I think a lot of us wanna see just playing really good baseball heading into the postseason, but is there something specific to narrow it down that maybe you wanna see in these next 15 games?
I think I just want to see the offense get back on track. It's not like the offense has been bad,
Mhm.
but to me, going into the postseason, that's still going to be my concern because until the Brewers hit the ball in the postseason, that's going to be my concern. Because if you look back last year, 2023, 2021, even 2019, I guess, like the reason the team has come up short in those postseason to me has been the offense. And obviously 2019, you can go back and see how that wild card game with the Nationals ended. But I just remember hearing is after game 2 of the wild card series last year, the come from behind against the Mets, that I heard a number and it kind of floored me. Or it was something along the line of in that game they won. I think they scored, I forget if there was 4 or 5 runs. That was the first time the Brewers had scored that many runs in a playoff game since game 6 of the 2018 NLCS.
Mm.
The offense just in general, and sure, it's maybe a little unfair to compare what this offense could do in the postseason to what we've seen the last 3 or 4 times in the postseason. But I'm going to because that's to me that's just always been the kind of a common theme, regardless of who the players are. The players have largely changed, but I want to see the offense go into the postseason feeling confident, being productive,
Mhm.
and not having the feeling that they're gonna have to grind out a 3-2 win every time if they wanna win.
Mhm. So, because before we got to take a break here, you got all these opinion pieces coming out, pretenders, contenders list essentially, and a lot of them say the same thing: the lack of home runs from the Brewers and such. But I guess I'll take a little bit of an opposite of side approach because that's what everybody says, and they're looking for. But they've been different post All Star, right? I mean, pre
Yeah.
All Star they were like, I think 23rd. Now they're like just outside top 10 and such. I mean, so how much you factor in though the difference from post All-Star into that reasoning that other people have out
I
there.
think it makes a difference. And that's why I think that this last couple weeks is so big.
Mhm.
If you're able to kind of do a little slugging down the stretch here, you're gonna feel pretty good about that. So,
Mhm.
yeah, to me, that's gonna be a concern until either they're eliminated from the postseason or they're not. Let's
Yeah.
just put it that way. So, I mean, that's just the number one thing I'm always gonna be looking at is, what are you doing offensively? Because even with some hiccups here recently, I still have confidence that as a run prevention unit, as Craig Counsell would like to say, that they're going to be able to, do things that are going to put them in a position to win.
Mhm. All right, so we gotta take a quick break here. So let's do that. We'll be back here in just a few minutes more with Mr. Berg. We got Brandenburg all the way to. Are you gonna stay here?
Yeah, I'm here for the duration.
For the happy hour and that too.
I will not turn down a happy hour.
That's me either, man. Me either.
I thought you were gonna say something along the lines of, "Oh, I know that."
I could use a little, probably more caffeine for this happy hour.
There you go.
Because, I mean, you were watching football. You were watching some local football last night.
I was.
Which we're gonna get to here in a second. But it's like one of those. I tell people, I don't really sleep then after a late game because I can't turn it off. You know,
I'm that way too.
Yeah.
Like I just, or if I'm if I'm going to cover like a state tournament or something, and like the next day, I kind of just have that agreement with myself where I know like I'm just not going to sleep that night. Like I'll make it up at some point, but I'm just a person that's always, I guess, terrified of oversleeping, even though I never do.
Yep. And I'm one that's like, okay, what are they saying in the press conference afterwards? Anything else popping up news-wise? Or if there is an injury, you're just like trying to refresh or for anything. So it's like, I probably got like an hour. So we need like a delivery coffee service around here. That's, maybe not $10 for a delivery fee or something. So let's do some local sports roundup.
Okay.
Brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Store, because you were watching some 8-man football last night in good old Chippewa Falls.
Correct.
McDonald continuing their impressive start to the
Correct.
season.
McDonald picking up a 39-0 win over Owen Withy last night to improve to 4-0.
Mm-hmm.
So could set up a potential massive game next week. We'll see. Night Gilman plays Cornell night. If Gilman defeats Cornell, then you would have Gilman and McDonald both 4-0, both state ranked, the top 2 8-player teams in the state according to the latest Bound Wisconsin state rankings in 8-player football. I mean, that sets up a potentially massive matchup next week in Gilman.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, both those 2 teams have been dominant so far, and that I think you can make a good case that if it ends up being 2 4-0 teams, that could be the biggest 8-player regular season game in Wisconsin in the regular season.
Yeah.
When
now, with the expansion of the playoffs, loser, if they still go on to win, should still make the playoffs, right?
Yeah, that won't be an issue.
Okay.
With this year, 8-player expanded from 16 to 32 teams. So it's the same amount as like a division in 11-man.
Okay.
So like the same amount of teams make it as they would in like D7 or D6 for 11-man. So, and that's, it's a good thing because last year, I mean, Gilman was one of them. There were some really good teams on the outside looking in for the playoffs. Gilman, New Auburn, Thorpe had a winning record. Like, it's kind of a bummer because if you have a winning record, especially if you're Gilman and you're like 6-2 and your 2 losses were to the eventual state champion Owen Withy and McDonald, I think both those games were 1 score-ish. Like those are playoff caliber teams.
Right.
So, but with the growth of 8-player football, playoffs have expanded now to kind of meet that demand of the amount of good teams you have. So that's a good thing.
Right. So we're week 4 already.
We are. It feels like this is the thing every year where like it's the first couple weeks it's holy cow football's here. And then next thing you know, it's like, holy cow, it's almost the middle of the football season. And then a couple weeks you'll be like, holy cow, like after next week's games will be the first time that we see the playoff reports from WIA. Keep in mind with the playoff changes this year, they're going to have, and it's, it's called the playoff matrix, but it's like a point system essentially that ranks teams in divisions, and teams are already decided which division they're in. Unlike, so it's more like every other sport, but like in the past, they would decide the 224 team field, and then they would be split. Your top 32 were Division 1, your next 32 were Division 2. That's not the case this year.
Gotcha.
But after week 5, which is next week, the WIA will put out that first, rankings essentially for each of the 7 divisions and 8-player football, and then it's just divided. The top 4 are the 1 seeds, the top 4 are the 2, that kind of thing.
Gotcha.
So after next week, we'll actually be, 2 weeks from now, we could, if you want to, we can look at the playoff pairings and break this down and say, hey, right now, such and such is a 1 seed, such and such is, just on the outside looking in.
Do you like that?
I do.
Have you heard of teams like that or coaches?
The general consensus I've heard from teams is they do. And the biggest reason is because of the transparency.
Okay.
Things have changed the last few years with how the playoffs have been done. Like you go back to, I think it was 2019, maybe it was the last year, where you still had the idea of you get your 224, you get basically the WIA would set up, okay, these are the teams that are in the playoffs and these are the teams in the division, and they would pair the 4 8-team regions. And then the coaches would get together and they have a coaches meeting and then they would seed it. Well, that went away. I think it was after COVID. after that 2020 year, we really didn't have playoffs. I mean, you kind of did, but it wasn't like the standard playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Then they went to the WI had a formula that they would do, and they would seed it. But then they would announce it with like the Saturday morning after the last regular season game. They would have like a selection show, and they would kind of, they'd go through it. And from what I was told from coaches, the thing that they didn't necessarily like about that process was they just didn't know. Like they knew the things that that formula had in it, but they didn't know how it was weighted. So they didn't know how important, strength of schedule was, or how important just wins were. So you didn't know. The biggest thing I've heard from coaches here is, exactly where you stand. You know how you get points, that kind of thing. And it's a combination of a lot of things. Like you get more points for wins over larger division teams.
Okay.
So, and then there's other things that go into it: strength of schedule, strength of opponents, schedule fares into it. So, but the bottom line is teams will know where they stand.
Mm-hmm.
They'll know, okay, this is a chance, if you're going to a game against, if you're a D6 team and you're going to play D5 team, you'll know, okay, this is a chance for us to, maybe make up some ground, or, hey, we're in, good shape now, but, that could change, that kind of thing. So, but yeah, that's generally been the feeling I've heard from coaches.
Okay. So you, based off the fan vote, going to check out River Falls and Chippewa Falls.
Correct. So yeah,
right?
a big night of games in the Big Rivers always is, but Chippewa Falls, River Falls tonight, that's actually Chippewa Falls' Veteran Appreciation Night, something they've been doing for over a decade now, a really big deal. I mean, it's really expanded. I mean, veterans for that game get free admission. They get recognized on the field before the game. I mean, there's so many things that go into it. There's a flyover. They
do some awesome stuff. Chi High does with that.
It's interesting because I've talked with Coach Rankovich a lot about this over the years. Like the idea of, okay, how do you keep making this bigger?
Right.
And he's like, well, it's a challenge. He goes, but it's a good challenge to have where you're trying to do yourself like last year, there was I believe there's a gentleman who was a veteran. I believe he's 92 or 93 years old. He actually did the coin toss.
That's awesome.
And then, like, there's just, there's just finding things to do every year. And, kind of the constant that they've always done with it is, they've always used it, not just to recognize veterans, but also to help veterans as well. Like they have a warm clothing drive that they're doing right now. So, they do it. So there's a big old bin outside of DeRay Field that, before all the varsity JV and the freshman games, that you can come in if you had any newer, gently used, just warm winter clothing stuff.
Yep.
That you can donate, and you can also donate it in Chippewa as well throughout the month of September at both the Jacobson Hardware locations there in Chippewa Falls. So if you can't make it to any of the games, but you want to help out, you can do that there. But also they're going to be doing some fundraiser stuff during the game as well. So if you want to, give that way, and they actually work with a foundation called the Hands Foundation, which works a lot with homeless veterans and just helping them the best they can with, this, be it the warm clothing or the, the money in the past has gone to like buying warm boot, winter boots, that kind of stuff. So basically just trying to help, their lives a little bit there. So, I mean, if you want to help, if you're going to be at the game, there's a bunch of ways to help. If you want to help, but you can't make it to the game, there's other ways you can help too. So, and that's something they're doing all throughout the fall season. So.
Gotcha. I know North is taking on Superior. Memorial's taking on Marshfield.
Correct. Hudson's taking. This is actually on the Big Rivers end of things. This is a big night too, because you've got Hudson, New Richmond. That's a big one.
Yeah.
You've got Rice Lake and Menominee. That's a big one too. That's those games. Hudson, when Rice Lake and Menominee get there, those are always close games. I mean, and you got Menominee coming off that tough loss to Hudson, looking to bounce back. But there's some, in the Big Rivers night, there's some big ones. And yeah, you mentioned in the say in the Wisconsin Valley, but I mean, you got North at home taking on Superior. You mentioned Eau Claire Memorial as well. I mean, you've got that North Memorial game kind of looming coming up here too.
Yep.
And we'll talk. I think that's next week, right?
Yeah.
And we'll talk about that when the time comes. But yeah, Memorial making the trip to Marshfield tonight. But yeah, next week when that time comes for North and Memorial, it's going to be interesting that for both those teams, like. I don't have that information, but I'd be curious to know the last time North and Memorial played, and it wasn't at Carson Park, because that game's going to be at Memorial, because now both North and Memorial play on site.
Right.
So I'm just, that's just unique to me, because obviously when you think of those teams, you think of Carson Park, but it's obviously a cool thing that they're able to play on campus now. Maybe a little bit more of a true home field advantage when. In the past, I'm sure those games that
probably viewed neutral, right?
A little bit more. I mean, maybe the difference is who's dressing in what dressing room, but
right.
Maybe a little bit more of a true home field advantage for,
Mm-hmm.
maybe Memorial this year, but still, I mean, there's going to be a bunch of
there'll be a lot
fans
of
from
blue.
both teams, and that'd be a very unique atmosphere, I would think.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
I know Regis got Elk Mound tonight too.
Correct.
So.
Some big games in the Clover Belt tonight. I mean, we're kind of starting to see a little bit of the contenders develop in the Clover Belt. And yeah, I mean, Stanley Boyd plays Fall Creek, Mondovi at Osseo Fairchild, Durand, Arkansas hosting Neillsville Granton. A big game in the Lakeland tonight with a couple unbeatens. You got Cadott and Grantsburg. That's 3-0, just the second time, I think, in 19 years they've been 3-0 to start the year. They've been impressive early on. I mean, those are a couple of ranked teams too. Grantsburg won the Lakeland last year, advanced at state in Division 6. Actually came very close to winning a state title in Division 6. They bring back some, players from that team. So, that's going to be a really big test for Cadott. I mean, that is a much improved Cadott team, but, that's an athletic Grantsburg team that can spread the ball around. So that's going to be a very good, I would say it's a litmus test for Cadott where, whatever the result is, like, how do you play? Because if you hold your own, if you show you can hang with a team like Grantsburg, then that's a Cadott team that's going to win a lot of games this year. So, and then, you look at the Dunsane Croy as well. I mean, Boyceville, Glenwood City, I think that's a kind of an interesting game because, Boyceville, very good team, came with an eyelash of advance in the state last year in D7. And Glenwood City is a team that gave Grantsburg a run for its money last week. So, that's not going to be an easy one for the Bulldogs, but, that should be a pretty spirited matchup. And kind of going back, day player, you mentioned you got a couple games tonight. Already mentioned, obviously, Gilman Cornell, Holcomb. You've got Lake Holcomb taking on Thorpe in the North Central West Conference. You've got you got Shell Lake, who's a good team. They got, South Shore, but we're getting pretty much to the midway point here as far as football goes.
I know middle border, we got Altoona is going to be going up against Prescott tonight too.
Yeah.
So early goings of that conference. I know Baldwin Woodville and Prescott all have undefeated. Osceola's on there too, but right now
middle border is
Woodville's
always a good
3-0
football conference. It seems like they're over the years it's been Osceola, Baldwin Woodville. They've always got a team or maybe even two that are making it down to state. St. Croix Central's had success there too as well. So that's just I always think of that conference for like football and basketball. Like there's just always really, really solid and good.
Just a couple minutes here. So I know we got kind of a quick rundown on some other ones, but golf's going on.
Yep.
We had some, I know you were watching some golf the other day.
Watching some golf, watching some tennis, watching some swimming. It's been one of those weeks for me.
Right.
A little bit of everything. So girls golf season. I mean, it's funny to say it, but we're not too far away from the postseason. And earlier this week, I mean, looking in as far as Division II goes, Colfax Elk Mound, fantastic start this year. I mean, that's a loaded team. Belle Kongshog, who's going to golf at North Dakota State. Her younger sister Clara. I mean, that's a dynamic 1-2 combination for that co-op. They've been, they've been pretty dominant. I mean, they were first, in pretty much all their Clover Croy matchups, but then, I believe they finished first on Wednesday at the Northwest Wisconsin big time tourney at Whitetail in Colfax, and they had a lot of Division I teams there. So, that's a team that I think they kind of sense, okay, this could be our year to get to state. You've got really good golfers at the top. You've got a deep group too, so that could be the kind of the case for them where. That's going to be a team, I think, here in these coming weeks to keep an eye on, both for the, what those golfers are able to do individually, but also, team-wise.
All right. Just to kind of wrap it up here quick, I know Blue Golds, they're in Ohio. Blue Gold football's in Ohio taking on Kenyon College. Stout's going to be at home taking on number 10 Wartburg tomorrow too. So good stuff. Local Sports Roundup brought to you by Mr. Brandon Berg, but also sponsored by Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. Telling you, man. Like Zach said on our video stream, don't know about you guys. Didn't get much of the eye. I obviously didn't. So got the weekend for that, right? So. All right. Shot clock's going to cut us off here in 20 seconds. So tell you what, in the 8 o'clock hour, we're going to do our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. I do want to talk a little Badgers in Alabama coming up. Yep. We definitely got more on a Victory Friday for the green and gold last night, taking down the Commanders. So if you're just joining in and you have not handed out a game ball yet, who would you give your game ball to from last night's 27-18 victory over the Commanders? You can hit us up with a text. or comment on the video streams. So there you go. 2 in, couple more to go. News updates, and we'll be back here in just a couple minutes. Third hour on this, right? Yeah, third hour.
I was gonna say it's Friday.
It's Friday. It's third hour, right? 6 out of 7. Yeah,
You had to count on your fingers.
I did. I had to. Give me a break, man.
This many, 3.
How many fingers am I holding up? Oh man! All right, coming up from an hour from now, Dominic Cotroneo. Did I say it right?
No, Cotroneo.
Cotroneo. God, you might have to do the intro for me. I'm sorry, Dominic.
You want me to take that
Cotroneo.
interview? No.
I think so. Cotroneo, Brewers pre and post game host on the Brewers Radio Network, is going to be joining us for a few minutes. Talk some Brewers with him. Cotroneo. I should know this. I've had him on before, so Never after a long night of watching football, though. So there you have it. We're going to get back to some more Packer football chat, though, too. If you have not chimed in yet with your game balls, who gets your game ball from last night, or if you want to hand out some other ones, you can do so. Timmy says Green Bay is looking very solid. No real concerns with them, but would really like to see Love figure out consistency with the deep ball. Too many misses yet, and some completions made on 50-50 balls. That could be huge plays if receivers would be hitting stride. Overall grade of A to start the season. So definitely a lot of enthusiasm, I would say. More so, I can't remember, and I know, Brandon, you're on the other side of the fan spectrum here, but even like I was talking to Dr. Crow a little bit, and he's like, yeah, that defense that you guys have right now is, hopefully it continues with this pace here. I mean, this is why you trade and send all that capital for an impact player. I mean, even just limited snaps, again, he led the team in quarterback hits. Micah Parsons, I'm talking about. So shout out to the fans who were saying thank you, chanting thank you, Jerry, while he was doing his interview on Amazon Prime, too. So, I can't wait to hear if Jerry gets asked his response to that. Well, I would say thank you, Green Bay, for the 2 first-round draft picks.
I'm sure Jerry will find a way to spin that. Oh, no, this is actually a good thing for Dallas, is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll find out in a couple weeks.
Yep. So, yeah, definitely, because it's going to be Green Bay, Dallas, in Dallas here in a couple of weeks. So, but before we get to some more Green Bay talk, I do want to talk a little bit, because we haven't yet, Wisconsin, Alabama. I really just want to know how Badger fans are approaching this game, the expectations for this game. Obviously, we're all hoping for, if you're a Badger fan, a win and rooting for a win. But can I say realistic expectations for this? And I think a little bit, I mean, it's hard to ignore the first half of last week, too, against Middle Tennessee in that. And I know they turned it on the second half. But so let me ask you, the biggest college football fan that I know, how are you approaching this Badger and Alabama game?
At this point, I just want it to still be a game going into the fourth quarter, because when they played last year, it definitely wasn't. And you can say, hey, the Tyler Van Dyke injury loomed large there, but still, like, that was a game by halftime. You're kind of like, okay,
yeah,
okay, this is when we're going to the fourth quarter. I can still talk myself into, well, if they're down 7, if they're down 10, like, well, maybe they get a stop here. If they got the ball, maybe they get points, that kind of thing. Like, I will say, outside of maybe just one throw, I do like what I've seen out of Daniel. Outside of that screen pass, which even still was kind of maybe a little bit of the receiver running into the lineman and ball popping up, just kind of a goofy thing. But like, I like what I've seen out of Danny O'Neal. He's got some wiggle. He's not afraid to run, and he's thrown some good balls too. So, and this is a guy that last year at San Diego State started. So it's not like it's some he's a sophomore, but it's not like it's a young guy that's never played before. He's got starting experience. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit different when you're walking into Tuscaloosa. But between that, and I like offensively how they've spread the ball around. They've gotten different running backs, got a bunch of different receivers in. A big game out of the tight end Mason last weekend. Like, that's kind of what you're going to have to do if you want to kind of hang in there and have a shot against Alabama. But to me, this is going to come down to 2 things for them. For the Badgers to win, or not even to win, but just to be competitive in the fourth quarter. They're going to have to be able to run the ball.
Yeah.
Because they're going to have to be able to control the clock. They're not going to be able to win that game if they're being out time of possession like 37-23. You can't do that. And the other thing is you got to get turnovers.
Yeah.
Defensively, the defense through 2 games, it's been good. But they got to get a couple turnovers against Alabama. That's just, maybe get some quick change position, where they give the offense a shorter field. To me, that's what I look at as kind of the 2 bullet points of, like, if they're going to win that game, these 2 things have to happen.
If Wisconsin somehow pulls this off, does it change your outlook for the season?
Okay. Because I think this was a game that I think fans pretty universally just chalk up as lost. Look, even now with Alabama, they had with the loss to Florida State right away, like, maybe this isn't the powerhouse Alabama team that they've been over the years, but still a very good Alabama team. Still a very talented Alabama team. And, I think I said this, maybe it was last week, like, even if this Alabama team isn't the Alabama team we've seen before, like if Wisconsin finds a way to win this game, this is unquestionably a statement win for Luke Fickell. This is that signature win a lot of people have been looking for since he walked onto campus. So that's what I'm looking for there.
Yeah. I don't know how much it'll change because it's still a huge tough schedule coming up after.
it is.
And like, because you know what's going to happen. I'm just like forecasting. If Wisconsin does win, the narrative will be it's more about how bad Alabama is because of the first loss, right? It's not Nick Saban.
Yeah, it's not Wisconsin's fault. It's just that early loss to Florida State is going to loom large. But here's the thing: like, I'm not sure under Luke Fickell the Badgers have beat a team that they weren't supposed to.
It's a good way to put it. Yeah.
There has, I mean, like an upset, like just beating a team that's maybe just a little bit better than you. Like, it seems like all the games they won are the games we've expected them to win, the games that they've lost. And they've lost a lot of games we thought they would win. So that's, I mean, I just want to see them beat a team. And look, it might not be this week, but once you get into October and November and, pretty much the whole schedule is full of, tough teams. They're going to have to, if they're going to finish at least 6-6, that's going to inevitably have to happen. You only have so many, quote unquote layups on your schedule.
Is that kind of the goal? I mean, I know we're into the season now, but kind of going back to when we did our preseason goals and expectations or outlooks to the season, that we've mentioned it a few times now, the signature win or the marquee win. Is that, do we just want to see one of them this year out of this tough schedule? I mean, is that the
I think
benchmark?
you start with one and then you get a little greedy, but
right.
Yeah, I do. I mean, that's kind of what I want to see this year is, the over under was 5.5. I went on record saying I think they get 6. I think there's one in there somewhere that they get, maybe 2, and then they drop one. They shouldn't, whatever. But I think they get to 6 wins. But it's going to have to happen. Just when you look at the schedule, like there's a certain amount of games where you can say, okay, that would be a signature win. And this is the first real chance this year they have at that.
Yeah, I agree with you. So I'll be paying attention and that I don't have a lot of
it's interesting
hope,
because
excitement.
Like for me, like I consider myself a Brewers fan first. And generally I've considered myself to be like a Vikings fan second. Like if I'm ranking, but I'm like, I find myself getting madder at Badger games than I do Vikings games. Like, for the first half last Saturday, I was more upset than I was through 2.5 quarters Monday night.
Right.
And I don't know if it's, maybe it's because it's, Middle Tennessee State versus Chicago, whatever. But I just thought about that. I'm like, and maybe it's just because I love college football. I've said that here before, like on a Saturday, like tomorrow, during the day, I'm just going to sit down and watch college football all day. Obviously we'll be watching the Badger game at 11, but then after that, I'm like, okay, well, we'll see what other games are on. Maybe have the old quad box going with, 4 different games going on at once.
The good old college days.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We only get so many of them, and maybe that's part of it too.
Yeah. And that's always been the bugaboo, though, for me, I guess, for college football. And maybe I'm just because the old Wisconsin ways before how it is now, but it's just felt like a one loss just ruined the season.
Right.
That's changed, obviously,
and that's not the
now,
case anymore.
But, yeah. But at that same time, that transition, Wisconsin hasn't been that good. So,
right.
I think that's part of it too. So, you got a very good question. Like the pecking order of your fandom.
Yes.
I'm curious everybody else's, but yes, Brewers for you. And you would say Minnesota?
I would say Vikings, but I said I find myself getting more upset for like Badgers stuff than I do for Viking stuff. I don't know if maybe it's just with Vikings, I've just been beaten down so much that I just accept it when it happens. But there's also been obviously a good amount of heartbreakers for Badgers fandom too.
I think maybe I'd be more because I think my first two are. I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think my first two would go with the majority. It's Green Bay and Brewers.
I would say that's fair. And look, not that long ago, Brewers and Badgers might have been maybe flipped.
Yeah.
Like 2-3. The last few years for Badgers football and even maybe to a lesser extent Badgers men basketball, even though obviously they've had more regular season success, but not getting out of the first weekend of the tourney since 2017 probably looms on. I know it looms on some people I know.
I might have a bold take here. I'll put Bucks above the Badgers.
Ooh.
Because of this reason, I think. Giannis. I want championships. with
Yeah.
Giannis.
There's that sense. I think,
That
especially
urgency.
with the way the current landscape is with Giannis too, with what's the future hold for him. I think there's a little bit more of a sense of urgency.
Yes, there is, and that's where I'll put the Bucks ahead of Wisconsin. And I know we're kind of lumping Wisconsin all like basketball and football and all that, but even if we broke it down, I probably would put the Bucks ahead of Badger basketball, Badger football. I mean, women's hockey they're going to win.
But, volleyball is always going to be in there too.
Right. But it's strictly because of Giannis.
That's fair.
That's like you said, it's the sense of urgency. So when we have these poor seasons or these
early outs in the postseason, it hits a little harder.
You get mad, like you said, you're mad, you're upset, you're annoyed. Like, it's just like, come on. It's like, come on, do something sort of thing. And maybe part of it too is just you're sick and tired of hearing it from the national
the talking
perspective.
head, the big talking heads about
to say leave, go somewhere else, and so that's where I'd probably put the Bucks at number 3, and that's where I may be a little different than probably some others at that point. But that's just me. And honestly, if Giannis is gone or done, then maybe it goes back.
Yeah,
but
I mean, maybe by then things are a little bit different in the Badgers, pecking order.
But when you have that window,
there's a sense of urgency. Like there might be some Packer fans that are bigger Packer that are keeping closer eye because of the sense of urgency after the trade for Micah Parsons, because you understand you have a window.
I mean, we look at this now, that window. Where is the sense of urgency more so at when you've got a Bucks team that's got Giannis maybe for one more year? Let's just say.
That's all at this point. That's all we can really probably for sure say.
So you got them. Obviously, with what Green Bay's doing, I mean, I'll be honest. We've had starts before where it's been 2-0. When I say we, Green Bay, and I know I'm not supposed to say that, and I get caught, and I hate it myself that I say it. But Green Bay's had starts like this before. But it's different. It feels different, and we all know why it feels different. It's number 1. He wears number 1. And then you got a Brewers team who is still first place in all of Major League Baseball. I think if I asked if you could only pick one to win, I would say the majority are going to pick Brewers because they haven't won one. But if I asked it in terms of where's the most urgency, I feel like it's a little different then.
Yes. Yeah, I would probably say Green Bay because I feel like to me, it feels like there's a very defined window here at the Packers because you get a couple years down the road and, just money wise, because there is a salary cap, like there's just a certain amount. And especially with, the salary cap hits for Parsons and Jordan Love are going to, in the not too distant future, they're going to be pretty expansive. So you feel like, okay. And you've got the younger players kind of in that window now where a year or two from now, those two players will be making more. But some of those younger players, if things work out, are going to be in line for bigger paydays, be it in Green Bay or elsewhere. So it's almost, you have that window. And I think the 49ers kind of saw that. It's kind of like a 49ers example where, I mean, obviously they didn't win a Super Bowl but still they were extremely competitive because they had that window.
Yep.
Then they had to start paying people.
Yep.
And then you have decisions to make. And then suddenly, that depth isn't fully there.
I want to throw that out to everybody else. Like, who of those three, because I think there is various levels of urgency with those three. Which one has the most urgency? Is it Giannis with the Bucks with Giannis, excuse me? Is it Green Bay with the Micah Parsons and all the hype train and that? Brewers at number 1. Not who, I'm not asking who you want to win, because I feel like that would be different. Like, if you could only pick one, which team would you? But the urgency level, where's it at?
The only one I feel comfortable saying is I kind of feel like it might be Brewers 3.
Yeah,
because to me, it doesn't feel like any of and it's a pretty young team. It doesn't feel like any of those players are going anywhere.
Yep.
Obviously Jackson Cherry is locked up for an extension. We'll see. This offseason with maybe like a Sal Frelick or a Bryce Terang if there's some deals done there. Like, it feels like this Brewers team, with as much as they get from younger players, like it's just. There's a little bit longer of a potential window. If we were having this conversation last year or 2 years ago, it might be a little different because that's when, Corbin Burns was
that pitching staff.
Yeah.
Right?
That pitching staff was they were getting to the point where they're going to be free agents. Obviously Devin Williams last year, kind of a thing. Like, it just felt like, okay, maybe our best swing is now, and now you kind of look back at it and say, well, maybe it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe look, we could get 2 years down for the Packers, and maybe that's the case where we think, okay, it had to be, this year, next year, maybe 2027, but we get 2 years down the road, and maybe they hit on some more young players, and it's like, okay, well, we've extended this.
Because I could make an argument for the Bucks straight up because of Giannis, if you just factor in the 1 year. But then you throw in the Packers part of it. It's like, okay, yep, you got Parsons locked up. Yep, Jordan Love. But you still have Josh Jacobs playing at a high level, and we've seen running backs, and you never know. Xavier McKinney. I mean, you've got younger guys too, these second, third year guys who are on rookie deals. That's not going to last forever.
Right.
We already know next year the cap situation isn't great for Green Bay, so you're going to have to make some tough decisions. So I can make the argument for both sides, but man, that's tough.
Yeah.
If I had to, I would agree with you though. As weird as it sounds.
Yeah.
With the Brewers, I could probably put them at 3.
I think I would make the case for the Bucks at 1 because I think if Giannis isn't in Milwaukee in 2026, 27, then that's.
Do we look at that tenure as an Aaron Rodgers tenure that should have been more?
I don't know because I think maybe the thing under Rodgers that's different is the Packers got further more often.
Mm-hmm.
So if the
deeper
Bucks
in the postseason,
in the postseason,
yeah.
If the Bucks had made like 2 Eastern Conference Finals and lost, then maybe I can make that case.
Or to a finals and lost one or something.
Right, and keep in mind that the Bucks, had not won in 50 years or whatever it was a title prior to Giannis, and them winning in 2021. Versus obviously the Packers had a lot more, success under Brett Favre beforehand and stuff like that. So I think I can make a case for the Bucks because. If this is, if this is it, if this is the last year for Giannis in Milwaukee, and he leaves, I don't care what you get back in the trade, that team is rebuilding.
Yeah. I probably would slightly put the Bucks at 1-2, but I think because I would say part of it, the window's bigger for Green Bay, I feel like.
Yeah,
like
it's a
3-year window.
It's a few years. Like if we knew Giannis, it was going to be a couple years after Giannis, then that sense of urgency goes down a little bit.
The only thing that's holding me off from fully going to the Bucks with the urgency side is but do they have enough talent? That you know what I mean? Okay, Miles Turner and all that. I like that move and that.
Right.
But that's the question now is okay, but do they have enough? Where it's that level of okay, do they got enough to compete? Where Green Bay, yes, I feel like they do. They got enough to compete. Bucks have some, I think people are overlooking them a little bit from the national aspect.
I think so. And especially when you factor in that the East might be a little down this year just because of the other injuries. There's Halliburton,
Tatum.
There's some injuries and there might be a team like an Orlando that takes a step forward. It might be a little bit more of a balanced Eastern Conference.
I agree.
Which maybe that works for the Bucks then. Maybe in a field of B pluses, they emerge.
Yeah. It's a good conversation to have. I think so. We got to take a quick break, though, and we're going to do our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle coming up after these quick words. All right. Just really quick, because I'm going to take our next break because we went a little long. That's fine. Good conversations. I like it. But I did put this up in a poll question. The conversation we were having, it's on our Sports Talk Facebook page. By the way, if you're not following the Sports Talk Facebook page, just click the follow, like button, whatever it is now, okay? And go do that. So actually, it didn't post how I wanted it to. All right, I'll redo it here in a second. So, but kind of the conversation we were having, which Wisconsin sports team do you think is under or has the most urgency to win a championship right now? And we're going to keep it to, no offense, I'm not putting a Badger one on there. Is that okay, Brandon?
That's fair. That's
okay.
fair. That's fair.
All right. So we're just going to keep it to Bucks, Brewers, Packers. Bucks, Brewers, Packers. As I'm typing this out right now, I know Zach on our video stream said he went with the Bucks too. Where's my tab on there? Yeah, Zach says Bucks got to go get a chip now. How much longer are they going to have the Greek Freak? So, which I think we were kind of,
and I think that's the rationale behind that.
Right. So, let me just finish typing this up. By the way, why can I only put up polls when I use my phone and I can't use it on the computer? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Is it because your computer uses Windows 98?
Probably, but I don't know how that
Use a
stuff
Netscape
works.
Navigator as your internet or your browser?
You know what's really making me feel old is when we see like Taco Bell's got, hey, we're bringing back ones from the 90s or now it's
Right,
the 2000s. And I'm like,
I know.
Come on.
Like,
I love it.
But I appreciate it, but yeah, it makes me feel old.
Yep. So,
when does the Taco Bell dog come back?
Tequila Taco Bell. Well, what was it Hudson told me the other day? I can't remember what it was. We were talking about something about Aaron Rodgers. And I made a comment like Aaron Rodgers is leading. This was before last night, or I guess it's time now because Jordan Love. Aaron Rodgers leading the league in touchdown passes with 4. He's like, yeah, but he's old. He's 40 or 41. And I'm like, Zach, mate, me. You're almost 40. I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah.
Thanks, kid. So, all right. Let's do a really quick break here, and then we'll do the AJM Automotive. Just playing a little bit of catch up here, peeps. So we'll be right back here in a couple minutes. Coming up next Sunday, September 21st, it's our Packtoberfest at VFW Post at 305, starting at 9 a.m. But VFW Post 305's got their breakfast buffet. It's going on that day. Plus, brats from Mike's Star Market are going to be made up. We've got some giveaways, some contests. First 35 to show up, you're going to get a free Sam Adams Oktoberfest, courtesy of our good friends from Park Ridge Distributing. So, big, and then we're going to do a special Green Bay tailgate show at 10 a.m. that day from 10 to 11. So stop on by. I know you're not the Packer type there, Brandon, but I did think of you because I was looking at this to see if I could get it in time. Das Boot.
Das Boot.
Yeah, I know you.
Well, why do you think of me when you think of Das Boot?
I've seen you with the boots before, so I was like, "Ooh, do I do this?
That's right.
Do I get two of them and make Brandon come and he's got to do one of them?" So,
oh my gosh!
So just tempting the gods of fate.
I guess
that's. Hey, I think though too, Brad. I'll let me double check. Oh no, never mind. That doesn't work out.
But
I thought maybe that was the Viking Steelers across the pond game.
No, that's
the
week
next
after. That's the next 2 weeks.
So I'd be like, hey, you can stop by. That game will be on.
Vikings got the Bengals on. I mean,
bungle.
Time will tell. We'll have to wait and see to see what the games are. If they wanted to throw the Vikings, if the Bengals Vikings game, which on CBS, the game that day, Packers Browns is on Fox.
Mm-hmm.
They want to throw that on a little TV in the corner. If it's being broadcast locally, I might be able to show up then.
I think we can. All right, Brandon. I think we can do that.
I have to wait and see what the old 506 Sports says for the coverage maps.
So, all right, let's do a little. By the way, I did put up that poll question. Nobody is voting for the Bucks, which
maybe it might be just a
I'll tell you who's getting the most votes, and I think I know why. It's the Brewers. I think again, I think the theme of the question is it's not who we want to win,
right?
Which team is under the most urgency right now with that time frame to kind of win? That's the basis of this question.
Yeah, and you even said before that you thought that there might be a lot of people that voted for the Brewers,
right? So, and that's kind of where it's going right now
because that hasn't happened for them yet.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's like, but they're way better than everybody kind of thought this year too. They're in first place in that. So, C-Bomb says, Brandon, I'll bring my iPad. I get all the NFL games. So.
I can be like a kid at a table.
Yeah.
Just...
Go sit in a corner and watch your iPad. Dad's playing right now. So, all right, let's do some AGM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. I'm proud of this one. I wrote this one down earlier. Pump the brakes or full throttle. Jesus Mate will start a game at shortstop for the Brewers before Cooper Pratt. Come on, give me. That's a good one, right?
It is a good one. Now we have been talking about this off air, and when I said something about Jesus Mate, the light bulb in your head went off. So I figured it was a question. This is not the question I was thinking you were going to ask, though.
Okay.
I'm gonna go full throttle.
Yeah.
Cooper, not against Cooper Pratt. I just think it's more about the helium that Jesus Mate has right now versus Pratt.
Mm-hmm. Now, when I say start a game Brewers, I obviously mean Major League.
Yes, Major League. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Jesus Mate, is getting a little bit of an excursion in Double A to end the season here and come out swinging with the Biloxi Shuckers. And I mean, he's moving. He's kind of on that Jackson Churio advanced minor leagues plan.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. We didn't expect it with Churio either with the contract extension. So I guess never say never, but I don't know if that'd be something like next year already.
Maybe next year. Yeah. Honestly, the question I thought you were going to ask was, does Jesus Mate start a game at shortstop for the Brewers in 2026?
Well, so it'd be it's on a similar path.
I guess.
A little bit. I mean, because Pratt's at AAA right now. And
Pratt's at AA.
Is he on AA now? Cooper is?
Yeah.
Oh, I think he was AAA.
No, I think he's been in AA all year.
Okay. So I thought when I looked it up yesterday, they said he was AAA. So my bad. I could be wrong.
I'd say unless they moved him up for the last week, but I don't think that was the case.
Okay. Well, yeah, AA affiliate. So, all right. Fine then. I was wrong. So who's playing short then between those two? Is it Jesus Mate or Cooper Pratt?
That's a good question. I mean, they both can. So it's not.
I think I saw Jesus Mate play second at the Futures game in spring training. So
I think he's played second, short, and third.
Okay.
So
He looks smaller than what they list him. They list him at 6 foot. I'm like, that guy looks like he, like Caleb Durbin or something, or Sal Frelick, but he's actually 6 foot out there. So, but all right.
No, this be something to keep an eye on, I guess, next year.
I am going to say Full Throttle too. I think it's trending that way. So does that mean maybe Cooper Pratt's a potential trade?
We'll see.
Somebody,
it's one of those things like,
or is it Joey Ortiz?
We'll see.
Or,
maybe it's who knows?
Yeah, it's
a good problem to have.
It is
when you have that many potential infield options with him. I mean, Luis Payne has had a really good year too.
Yeah,
he just doesn't get talked about as much.
Yep. Yeah,
but there's options.
No, I definitely. If you don't know a name, like I was saying earlier this week, start paying attention to Jesus Mighty. Maybe start collecting those cards just in case. That's what I tried telling Hudson, but nope. So I tried telling him about Jackson Cheerio. Till it was like Jackson Cheerio and all that. So, but it is what it is. So, pump the brakes, Full Throttle. On this pace, Micah Parsons will be named Defensive Player of the Year.
I'm going to go Full Throttle at this point. I mean, what you've seen early on, it's only 2 games, but it's been 2 games of partial time.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I think, once he starts working himself into there, playing more of a full-time role, I mean, you would imagine, the numbers will be there. And plus, I mean, given how everything's developed, he's going to also have that steam behind him too.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes some players, will put up production, but maybe they don't get as much recognition. He's not going to have to worry about that, given how everything has gone this fall.
Micah, so I was kind of curious on some of the Pro Football Focus grades that came out, or were going to come out, and we got some of them right now. But Micah Parsons was, shocker, the highest graded defender last night in snap counts, 91.3.
It's pretty good. It's a scale of 1. It's a scale of 0 to 100. For those of you that don't know,
Keyshawn Nixon, 90.7. Carrington Valentine making another debut or second week in a row. Top 5. And how about this? Nate Hobbs is also listed 5. So their top 3 corners, top 5 Pro Football Focus rated defenders. Offense, this doesn't make you feel. Jaden Reed got the top, 95.6, but he played 5 snaps. After that, Malik Heath, 91.7. That one catch, bro. One catch. Jordan Love then, 86.7. Tucker Kraft and Luke Musgrave finished off the top 5. So, but no, I'm going to slightly push the brakes on this one. Okay, I'm going to slightly push the brakes. Can you do me a favor, Brandon?
Yeah.
Go outside.
Okay.
You know what I'm doing.
Yep.
So you know what I'm doing there. So I'll stall until you come back. So C-Bomb, Brandon's coming out there for you. So while we wait for Brandon to come back, again, don't forget to vote on that poll that we put up on our Facebook page. Again, we're looking for who you think, which Wisconsin team. If you want to chime in on with a text, you can as well too. But which Wisconsin team do you think is under the most urgency to win now? Not who you want to win the most, not like more urgent for you to want to win, but which team, like their window right now, more urgent to win? Is it the Bucks? Maybe 1 year left of Giannis. Is it the Packers with what we've seen so far? Is it the Brewers, top team in baseball, but maybe you're kind of the mindset, because that's where everybody's kind of voting at right now is the Brewers, but maybe you're thinking, hey, they're better than what we expected. They're winning a lot more games than we expected. So that's why the urgency is there. Make your case known. You can vote on our poll. Again, it's on the Sports Talk 105.1 Facebook page. Make sure you're following and liking that Sports Talk 105.1 Facebook page. So Brandon's back. You're lucky that didn't get on camera. You so-and-so. Thank you for the coffee, C-Bomb. Look at C-Bomb coming through in the clutch. Except for you. You got hot chocolate. So because you're
ripping on hot
wimp.
chocolate.
You're a wimp. What are you? 9? 9?
9's the answer?
9. So, all right, ready for Pump the Brakes Full Throttle again? Back to our regularly scheduled programming here.
Yes.
So, let's go. Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. with 15 left to go here, Brewers will win, or let me rephrase it. Brewers will still be in first place after 15 games in the National League.
I'll go full throttle. They got a little bit of room to work with, but I mean, they got to obviously not get swept again. But I'm going to say that they end up. I think again having the tiebreaker of the Phillies is big at this point.
It is. So it's essentially a three-game lead because they're up 2 right now.
Right, because the Phillies are coming off the mop of the Mets.
Yep.
The 4-game sweep. So yeah, obviously the Phillies have they've tightened it up here.
What's interesting here, looking at the schedule, so the Phillies have the Royals now. After that, the Phillies go to La La Land for 3 games against the Dodgers. That's going to be a really interesting series.
It is.
And then Diamondbacks, Marlins, Twins to finish up for the Phillies. Brewers, as we know, finish up with Padres, but the Reds now who are back into contention here. I'll be honest, man. I'm nervous. I'll still say full throttle-ish. I'm still moving the vehicle.
Yeah.
But it might be creeping a little bit. I'm in that left lane that people are blaring the horn at because I'm going too slow. That's where I'm at right now. Because I'm a little nervous. Pump the brakes, full throttle. That question, you'll feel more confident. I don't know how else to phrase this, but you'll feel more confident in that answer if they win the series against the Cardinals.
Yeah, I mean, I would.
What if they lose, though, to the Cardinals?
Then I probably would feel as confident.
Does your answer change?
I get
like how big, I guess, of what I'm at. How big is the series with the Cardinals?
It's pretty big. I mean, just for that reason, like being able to, especially coming off the getting swept, like just to kind of, I don't want to say pull the nose up because I don't think the nose is down, but like just to kind of really put it behind you. If you lose 2 or 3 of the Cardinals, then suddenly that's 5 or 6. Versus if you win the series, then you're not looking at it as 2 of 6.
Yeah. I got to see at least 2 out of 3 in this one to make me feel a little bit better about where this is going because I am a little bit nervous. I'm not trying to overreact because Texas is a team that's trying to get back into the. I mean, how do you feel if you're the Rangers? Hey, we just swept the number 1 team in baseball record wise, and we didn't make up any ground. It's like
that's
come
a bummer.
on.
Yeah.
Mariners still doing what they're doing too.
Yeah.
So it's like, come on, really? Especially, you just gotta be like, what else do we gotta do? Well,
you just gotta keep winning and hope he gets melt.
Yep. That's what it is. So pump the brakes, full throttle. The Lions offense that we saw on Sunday is now going to be the true offense because Ben Johnson effect. I've been hammering that. I think Ben Johnson's one of the biggest losses for that team.
Can I go full throttle, but not because of the Ben Johnson loss? Like I'm not, but like I still think the loss here that not enough people talk about is Frank Ragnow retiring. Because that interior, that line was not great in that opener for Detroit. And so much of what they want to do revolves around having a dominant offensive line. And I don't think they have that anymore.
No, I would agree that the interior of that line, you saw it as definitely a big. I'm gonna flip it though, and still make. I'm gonna do point counterpoint with you, but keep it a little bit more classier than Dan Aykroyd and Jane Curtin back in the day.
I will not,
Brandon. You ignorant.
No,
a good offensive coordinator would be able to combat that.
It's true. I mean, I will throw this out there.
Go counterpoint?
Kind of. I mean, no, because I'm kind of agreeing with you.
Okay. Come on.
The fact that
come on, Jane.
I mean, I'll look at Kevin O'Connell and say that they have had up until this year, I believe. I mean, we'll see, but they've had a deficiency in the interior of their offensive line, but yet they've still been able to field good offenses. So that's what I would,
yeah. Like I go to last night, Green Bay lost 2 of their starting offensive linemen and
made it work.
Yeah. How about this one? It's not a hot take. I'm legit reason for asking this. The the Chiefs lose this weekend to the Eagles. They'll be 0-2. Pump the brakes, full throttle. If the Chiefs lose to the Eagles, they're missing the postseason.
I'm gonna still pump the brakes.
Do you want to know their schedule?
I'm sure it's probably tough.
What gave it away the way I asked that? So after this one, they'll have the Giants. They'll beat the Giants. I'm sorry, that's breaking news. Then after that, it's Ravens. Your Jaguars, Lions. We'll see about the Raiders, Commanders, Bills, Broncos, Daniel Jones's Colts, Cowboys, Texans, Chargers again, Titans, Broncos, Raiders.
I mean, that's not easy.
You know what? Just to mess with everybody, I'm going to full throttle that thing.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. They lose. They're going to lose more than one. They're out. They're not making it. I saw the graphic the last time a team started 0-2 and won a Super Bowl was it the 07 Giants or was it the 11 Giants? Before that was the 96 Patriots that lost the Super Bowl and the 93 Cowboys. Which I'm like, oh yeah, they started 0-2. I kind of forgot about that one. I think there was another one there, but those are the three I remember. I'm going to say it, yep. Because then there's going to be drama.
If they lose, you are serving them a big basket of Dunyan rings?
Yes. Dunyan rings it. Yep. I'm going to do it. Bad karma. So I think it's good. I think that's a tough schedule.
It's a tougher division now.
I'm really curious now. The big part in this whole thing is going to be is if the Eagles beat the Chiefs the same way they did in the Super Bowl, where it was just a pure on domination, then I think there's issues.
Right.
Then I'm like, okay, there you go. If it's a close one, okay. But if I'm a Chiefs fan and I see pure domination from the Eagles, like the beatdown they gave us in the Super Bowl, and or I'm in a coach for another team and I'm seeing it, I'm like, okay, what can we take away that something you can't replicate everything that obviously the Eagles are doing because of the players that they have on there and such. But I mean, you're like, okay, that whole secret to beating the Chiefs, sort of thing. But if it's a dominant, I mean, okay, I'd be a little nervous. I'd be a little shaking in my boots or sneakers or Nikes or whatever. So let's do one more because we got to take a really quick break here before the top of the hour here. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Going back to week 1 of the NFL season. Pump the brakes, full throttle. The Colts are going to be this year's NFL surprise team to make the postseason.
I'm going to still pump the brakes because I just don't think the Dolphins are good.
Remember, it wasn't that long ago. I was one of them, though, too. But Mike McDaniel's one of the best offensive play callers.
Well, exactly. And that's, I mean, we can get on that discussion, but that's why I think, to kind of tie this to the Vikings, it's such an important year for Kevin O'Connell because which path do you veer on? Because, 2 years ago, Mike McDaniel was the next, brilliant offensive mind. But then at some point you have to win in the postseason. Kevin O'Connell has not done that with the Vikings. It's almost like a branching path. You can either go one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, that team, they're calling a players only meeting after the first week.
Yeah.
I mean, you just hear some of the things Mike McDaniel's saying in these press conferences, and you're like, this doesn't have good vibes to it.
No.
So I'm gonna pump the brakes on that more so because I just don't know if the Dolphins are that good.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't pick the Dolphins to make the postseason this year because that thing is just a dumpster fire right now. Can you imagine this week if it's the same thing? Mike McDaniel might be the first coach gone. Might be gonster over Brian Daboll. So, all right, that's your Pump the Brakes Full Throttle brought to you by AJM Automotive. Final break. We'll wrap up the third hour. Then coming up just past the top of the hour, we're going to talk some more Brewers with Dominic at 9:05. We'll be back, though, after these few words. Packers fans, send us your game balls. Who gets a game ball from last night's W? You can hand out a few of them if you'd like. Text it to us, 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, or you can join Zach on the video stream and send over your game balls over there. Yep, Tucker Kraft, Keyshawn Nixon, those two got them, actually, the physical game balls from Matt LaFleur last night. So anybody else, maybe a little under the radar game balls, you can send those on over. So I only got about a minute to the top here. Dominic Cotroneo, Brewers post-game host, Brewers Radio Network, is going to be joining us for just a few minutes as we get set for the final 15 games. That's going to fly on by. It's like 2 weeks, man. So, but we'll talk a little Brewers with him, and then we'll get back some more football. Not that talk. Not that football. Football. We're going to talk more football. Got college games. We got a lot of picks to get to here.
Yes, we do.
Coming up towards the back end of the hour as well. So definitely we'll get back to some more football talk, but we're going to lead off the final hour talking some Brewers with Dominic. So make sure you're tuning in to that. That's that dude. If you like watch the game though too, you hear BA talk about Dominic all the time. It's like their stats guy, their Nuggets guy. Dude knows his stuff. So
he does.
We'll chat with him here in just a few minutes. So, but keep those texts and comments coming, and don't forget to vote on the poll. Really quick, John says, I think the Bucks have the most urgency to win a championship. If they want to keep Giannis in Milwaukee, they have to win a championship, and this year has to be the year with all the key injuries in the East. Lucas Van Ness gets my game ball. Brad from Bloomer says, I think the urgency is with the Brewers because of the way the MLB is structured. Other teams will always outspend the Brewers in their history of lots of down years. Packers have proven decades of success and will always be competitive, so their window is always open. All right. You can send us your thoughts on that, too. 3 and 1 more to go. We'll be back after these news updates.
In Charlie Kirk's murder. New video released Thursday night shows the gunman jumping off a rooftop and running away from the Utah Valley University campus where Kirk had been speaking. The body of the 31-year-old founder of Turning Point was flown back to his hometown of Phoenix aboard Air Force Two with the vice president at his side. Funeral arrangements have yet to be announced. I'm Rory O'Neill.
You may have gotten a local Amber Alert on your phone for a missing Wisconsin child from Almond. The Amber Alert is for 6-year-old Ruby Lehman. She was last seen at her grandmother's house, and this was shortly after arriving home from school when a suspect vehicle believed to be driven by her uncle, 34-year-old Jordan Coyle, stopped at the home and then left. Ruby has not been seen since then. Again, if you had that Amber Alert come through on your phone, 6-year-old Ruby Lehman. Turning attention to public health, officials in the La Crosse and St. Croix County area are reporting the first human cases this year of West Nile virus. The La Crosse County Health Department reported confirmation of a case. St. Croix County Public Health Department doing the same, only ×3. Health officials want to remind people that the virus is not spread person to person, only by being bitten by an infected mosquito. And of course, I don't have to tell you that the Packers made it look fun down Lambeau yesterday with that win over the Commanders. You'll be chatting with Kasper about that. So we're going to switch attention to the Bears. You know, the fat ones. Fat Bear Week is just around the corner. And don't worry, they don't get offended when I call them fat. Okay, Body Confident Bear Week.
The polls will open next week for the annual bracket-style competition to crown the chunkiest bear at Alaska's Katmai National Park and Preserve. The annual Fat Bear Week contest relies on public votes to determine which brown bear in the national park has put on the most weight ahead of winter hibernation. Last year, 2023 champion Chunkster Grazer once again claimed the title of Alaska's fattest bear. I'm Mark Mayfield.
You know, now that Kasper is all successful with River Valley weight loss and he's all svelte and trim and looking good like an action hero, it's been kind of mean to the rest of us. I heard him talking about me in the hallway. You know what he said? Said I
has put on the most weight ahead of winter hibernation.
Our sports talk. 105.1. I'm Morgan McCarthy.
After starting off the day in the 50s, we're looking at temperatures climbing quite quickly into the 60s, 70s, and eventually up to near 82 degrees later this afternoon. Looking at partly cloudy skies, there is a chance of a stray shower later this evening, but that better chance will come overnight, with lows dropping down near 64. We're continuing with our midsummer feel for the weekend, temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. I'm 13 First Alert meteorologist Sarah Lighthizer.
Get your hands up! Warning, the following hour may cause uncontrollable laughter, bold sports takes, and the sudden urge to yell at your radio. You've officially entered happy hour on the Dan Kasper Show, where stats are optional, opinions are strong, and Dan might be running on caffeine or something stronger. It's the final hour. Loosen the tie, unbuckle the brain, and let's get weird.
Final hour on this Friday morning. Appreciate you tuning in however you're tuning in on this Victory Friday. We'll get back to some more football talk and some Packers talk. I know we got a lot of you that are texting in or commenting on the streams, handing out some game balls and such. Also, partaking in our poll question. So we got a lot of responses on that. We're going to catch up on that. We're going to get back to Mr. Brandon Berg as well. But we kick off this hour. We're going to talk some more Brewers, get back to talking some more Milwaukee Brewers with our friend. You hear him on the radio, 620 WTMJ, Brewers pre and post game host. You hear him on our radio dials during Brewers games, before and after. Dominic Cotroneo is joining us here this morning. Dominic, how you doing, bud?
Good morning, Dan. How are we doing up north?
Not bad, man. Not bad. It's a Victory Friday with the Packers, but also we're getting ready to wrap up a Brewers regular season that's had definitely a lot of highs this year, man. So, I mean, this is the first time we've gotten to chat with you, I think, since, the season started. Just how big of a surprise has this team been for you watching them firsthand?
I picked them to win the division in the beginning of the season, and I was laughed at, which is fair. I'm still very shocked that this is the way that they're going to do it, with 14-game winning streak, an 11-game winning streak, an 8-game winning streak. Like, when you sit down and look at the number, like 33 straight games that they won at one point I'm not saying all consecutively, but like there was 33 games in a row that they won. Like that's kind of nuts, and that's the whole reason they're going to win the division. And it's really the entire barrier that they've built for these final 15 games where, yes, maybe the foot has been left off the pedal for a little bit here because they know they're going to the playoffs. But this has been a season of, opportunity. And it's literally the first thing that Pat Murphy said in spring training was, this is an organization of opportunity. And the guys that I think of that took their opportunity are Isaac Collins, are Chad Patrick, and now even Bryce Terang.
You mentioned Bryce Terang, and a question I was going to ask you about Bryce Terang. I mean, we've seen the emergence of his power this year and just the offensive threat he has become. I mean, how has that offensive growth from him, increased his value to his team, and to where, I mean, when we talk about value to teams or offensive players, it's Jackson, it's Yelich, and Contreras. Is Terang in that category now, in your opinion?
I think Terang's firmly in that category, especially because I talked about this on my show last night where, all the comments about, how are they going to replace 30 homers from Willie Adames? How are they going to do this? And then what if I told you that Bryce Terang was going to be third on the team in homers next season? Everyone would be saying, oh my goodness, did William get traded? Like, what happened? Well, the fact that Yelly leads is a good sign. Remember, that's one way to replace homers from Adames, is the fact that he only got half of a season from Yelly last year. Number two, Churio missed a month and he still got 20 homers. And now Terang's got a chance to have his first 2020 season, which is no small feat, no matter what we say about stolen bases. I mean, the beginning of the year, there were conversations about the fact that he's gotten stronger, the bat speed is there, you could see some quality of contact, but he was still missing fastballs. Now he's hitting fastballs. He's hitting them the other way. He's hitting them to center field. So it's like, okay, he's on the fastball, and he's still got good plate discipline to stay off sliders down and in. So this is another leap forward for Bryce Terang this season.
Looking at, I want to mention Sal Frelick too, and the season he's been having at the plate. It's so interesting and fascinating to see like Terang and Frelick in the last couple of years, just how much they have improved from an offensive standpoint, Dominic? I mean, is there something different in their approach, or is it just the transition, or them kind of, just gaining more experience and maybe more comfortable at the plate?
I mean, for all the kids, get in the weight room.
Yeah.
It's just you get stronger, go get some protein powder, man, because it's not like, and I'm just going to try to paint the picture here. Like Bryce was always a slim, slender, but like kind of wiry, strong kind of guy. He still is wiry, strong, but you could see the bulk that he's put on, a good 15 pounds. Sal, like go watch the highlight of Sal's homer, the back-to-back in Game 3 of the wild card last year. And then just look at any home run he's hit this year. You can see the difference. The jersey fits him now. It doesn't look like pajamas last year. So the way that their offensive profile has changed is not because they're these ginormous human beings, but they've added good strength in the parts that count. And Sal doesn't hit the ball hard, but the moments that he does hit it hard, he's now able to put a little punch behind it and make it through an entire season. I think both these guys turn the levers a little bit of saying, hey, I have an elite ability to make contact with the baseball. But if I can add a little bit of strength behind it, if I can add maybe a little bit bigger of a swing on certain occasions, I can get a little bit more pop. And that's what we're seeing this season.
I want to ask a little bit about the pitching, Dominic. And Jacob Mizorowski's previous start, he goes over 100 pitches, which I don't know about you, but it kind of surprised me because, we kept hearing maybe trying to conserve him a little bit and maybe get him ready for the postseason. How big of a surprise was that to see them let him go over 100 pitches? And do you think he's one of those top 4 in the rotation when it gets to the postseason?
I think the question about innings limit, this is what it was for, to see what he's got and to see if he's able to do it. Now, with all due respect to Miz, and it was a great performance. The Pirates are the worst offense in baseball. So in the major leagues, you got to do it again. And the Cardinals aren't a very good offense either. Can he do it against the Cardinals coming up on Sunday? The point being for Miz, that innings limit that we talked about, this is what it's for. Find out if you're a starter. And quite frankly, I don't think he's in the top 4 for the Brewers heading into their postseason, because here's why. In the DS, you only need 3 starters. There's an extra off day between Game 1 and Game 2 this year. This alternates every year between the American League and the National League. So this year, the National League gets an extra day off between Game 1 and Game 2, which means Game 1 starter can go on Game 4 on normal rest, and Game 2 starter can go on Game 5 in normal rest if necessary. That being said, Miz is in my bullpen, and he's available in the postseason. My 3 would be Freddie, Woodruff, and Priester, and maybe Quintana if it's a matchup where a team just really struggles with lefties.
Dom, I know in one of our conversations when I think it was around the time when Counsell had left and trying to figure out who the manager was going to be, and Pat Murphy, and I remember we talked a little bit about Chris Hook, and I remember when Pat Murphy was hired, we heard that players were asking, is Chris Hook going to stay? Is he still going to be there? And we see the job. You mentioned Quinn Priester, the job that he has done with him and some of these other pitchers. I mean, you see it firsthand over there. Just how vital is Chris Hook to the success of this team?
Chris Hook is the kind of coach and the kind of mentor and the baseball mind that is the envy of every other organization in baseball, because a couple of reasons. He came through this organization, step by step, meaning, he was a low minor league pitching coach. He was then a pitching roving coordinator. Then he was a pitching coordinator. Then when Derek Johnson left, and I remember people going, oh my gosh, how are they going to replace Derek Johnson? And Chris Hook was ready to step into that role. And you look at what they have done since he took over in 2019, it's simply incredible. And for Hook, the way that he's able, we've used this term before, a conduit, where you can take the modern stuff, you can take the numbers and the pitch design and all that stuff. But one of the things the Brewers do better than any other organization in regards to pitching development is, sounds simple, Dan, but they teach you how to pitch. It's easy to teach you how to throw a pitch, like, hey, let's get your slider to be X number horizontal, X number vertical, and you throw it this hard. It's easy to do that. Anybody can do that. That's why there's 5 different of these organizations that do that in the offseason. But the ones that can teach you to sequence and to pull and push and to teach you to read swings and to teach you to locate and have pitches work off of each other. That's where the great pitching coaches come in, and Chris Hook is one of those guys.
So we got to the final 15 games here. Things have gotten a little bit closer in terms of the National League standings. Phillies are inching up a little bit closer, but the Brewers do hold the tiebreaker there. Outside of wins in these final few series, as Dominic, what do you want to see from the Brewers as they get set for the postseason that maybe gives you a little bit more confidence for a deeper postseason run this year?
I mean, the only thing that matters right now is getting healthy. I mean, this bullpen needs to get healthy. Trevor McGill will be back during this homestand. Nick Mears is already playing catch again, so he'll probably be back on a minimum stay for him. Then you look at the fact that Brewers just got Grant Anderson back on this road trip, sneaky underrated piece of the Brewers' success in their bullpen right now. Give Aaron Ashby a little bit of a breather. You know, by getting swept by the Rangers, you gave both Koenig and Uribe a breather there as well. So make sure this bullpen is ready to go for the postseason is my number one request, because look, bullpens decide October. They really do. We talk so much about starting pitchers, but it's really the guys in left center that decide this game. And then the other thing I want to keep an eye on, what's going to happen at first base? You know, is Andrew Vaughn going to continue to be a good hitter? Because I don't see a scenario where the Brewers carry 3 first basemen in October. You know, to have both Vaughn and Reese is a little redundant. I think for certain Jake Bauers is on this roster because he would be the only lefty off the bench. So that's something to monitor in these final 2 weeks.
Dominic, before I let you go here, as you look at these last, couple weeks of the regular season and such, who do you think is maybe give me a key player down this stretch to kind of, maybe keep an eye on, or somebody that you want to see kind of really get hot, maybe can be a difference maker in the postseason?
I think the number one guy that needs to be that guy is Brandon Woodruff. He had a good start his last go around, but he had that little blip in the radar in the middle of August, even despite the Brewers winning all those games, and at the end of August as well. But when Brandon Woodruff is big woo, I mean, he doesn't have 97 anymore. We know that. But when he's able to command it like he did in his last start, when he's able to use the changeup and have swings and misses on that pitch, right? Brandon Woodruff is going to be such an important piece for the Brewers because, like I just said, they only need 3 starters, and they would need Brandon Woodruff to go on a 5th-day rotation if he's going to start Game 2 and Game 5 if necessary. The quote that sticks with me from Christian Yelich is, "There is nobody I want more ever that I have played with than Brandon Woodruff to start a game that we need to win." And I think that's the plan right now, where it would be Freddie in Game 1, Woodruff in Game 2, Priester Game 3, and then back to, if necessary, Freddie Game 4, Woodruff Game 5. That's where my eyes are going for Woodruff's final 3 starts.
Dominic, man, thank you so much for joining us here this morning and chatting some Brewers. Looking forward to catching you with your shows. And I know once in a while when I catch it on TV, BA's giving you shout outs on there too. So keep up the awesome stuff, man. It's always a pleasure chatting with you, and we appreciate it, sir.
Thanks, Dan. Trying to squeeze in some Brewers talk all around this Packers talk. We're trying to remind people it's still baseball season.
Right. We got a first place team, man. We got to keep that going. We got to keep that hype going. So definitely. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan.
You got it. There you go. Dominic Cotroneo from the Brewers Radio Network, 620 WTMJ. Anything stand out to you, Brandon?
I mean, a lot of good stuff there. I mean, I think the biggest thing is what you mentioned right at the end about Brandon Woodruff.
Yeah.
And kind of the quote from Christian Yelich.
Mm-hmm.
And, Brandon Woodruff I think he's kind of exceeded my expectations. He's coming off that shoulder injury. He has been a little bit, home run prone with some of his ball, in some of his starts, but, it has been fun to see him kind of find a different way to have some success. But he's right when you talk about like just that mentality of someone you want pitching in a big game in the postseason, like, he's got it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and if he's right and he can be, the best version of the pitcher he is now, that goes a long way for this Brewers team come October.
Right. All right. Good stuff. Big thanks to Dominic again for joining us here this morning. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with more after these few words. Again, big thanks to Dominic for joining us. We'll put that up in our podcast if you missed any, or if you missed the portion of any portion or the whole conversation. We'll put that up later on this morning as we get set for the final 15 here for the Brewers. Packers last night, 2-0 to begin the season. Not score. Just wait till I finish.
2-10. Who
Two
calls
to-
a record?
That's
2-0?
true. That's
They're 2-0.
the pumpkin spice latte isn't kicking in yet. So it's my guilty pleasure. What can I say? Pumpkin spice. I'll man up and say it. Yeah. Usually it's black coffee in the morning, and I've already had 2 of them. So, but yeah.
And you were giving me crap about hot chocolate.
It's my guilty pleasure. So, anyways, so Packers 2-0 to begin the season. Let me ask you really quick. Your Vikings, what was your thoughts on what you witnessed on Monday night?
Kind of a tale of 2 games.
So like the Badgers?
Kind of, I guess. I think I really liked what I saw of the defense, especially the interior pressure. Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargrave combining for 13 pressures from the interior. I mean, that's something the Vikings haven't had in a while. So offensively, obviously, it was kind of a tale of 2 games when it came to JJ McCarthy. But I don't necessarily put the struggles offensively the first 2.5 quarters strictly on him. It just seemed like it was just very disjointed. I mean, they weren't really getting the ball, the things going running. Justin Schools, stepping in at left tackle while Christian Darrisaw was on his way back from his knee injury last year. He struggled. Like there were drops from receivers. I mean, Justin Jefferson had a couple drops that he usually does not have. But I think the most encouraging things when it comes to JJ McCarthy is how, especially after that pick 6, like the demeanor didn't change. Like in a big spot like that, he didn't shrink in the moment. He came back and it seemed like almost immediately after that, the offense started to get going. And that's, I think, for a young guy making his first start, that's kind of what you're looking for is if you see some adversity, how do you respond to it? And I thought he responded well and was playing. I mean, he was playing obviously his best in the 4th quarter, which there's not a big sample size and there wasn't a very high bar to clear after the first couple quarters. But, I think it was encouraging. It's just something you have to build on though. Like, and you also have to understand, like, with all due respect, you could kind of get away with that for a bit with the Bears. You're not gonna be able to do that against the Falcons. Falcons are a better team. Falcons are a more prolific offense. The Falcons, I mean,
wait, what? Really?
Yes.
Over the Bears?
Yes.
Over Ben Johnson?
Yes.
Over Caleb Williams?
Right now,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
I mean, I think anyone that's been listening for a while knows my feelings on Michael Penix. I really like Michael Penix. I want Michael Penix in Minnesota.
National championship rematch right here.
Yeah,
So that
yeah,
means
with slightly
win.
different teams and slightly different jerseys. But yeah, so I mean, I think now, kind of getting that under the belt, to me, the expectations are obviously a little bit higher coming off that win, which, hey, it's still a win. Like the Brewers. The Vikings have played a lot of really goofy games at Soldier Field over the years. I mean, you can even just look at the game last year they played.
Yeah.
So anytime they get out of there with a win, especially on that cow pasture of a field.
I mean, especially when, the images of them trying to work on it. It's
like an hour before the game.
Yeah.
Like that was one of those things, like, because, Christian Darrisaw has been practicing some, but he didn't play. And given the field, I was like, even now, knowing Justin Schools struggled at left tackle at opener, I'm like, I'm fine with that because I don't want, the franchise left tackle coming off a knee injury, his first experience to be playing on, a field that honestly looked like it was worse than pretty much every field I will see on a Friday night.
Yeah.
Like I just don't see how that can continue to happen. Like, and this isn't a new thing,
right?
This is just a constant thing with Soldier Field for whatever reason. Just the field there's always seems like there's just something up with the grass. Right. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. So okay, we've got, from what you saw, and I think I can trust you. I mean, you're level-headed for the most part.
Thank you. You can trust me
for the most part, level-headed. What you have now, compare it to what you have seen from Green Bay and their defense and such to where your Vikings from just one game. I know it's a 2 versus 1 sample here. Does it make you a little nervous?
I will put it this way. The way the Packers have started the season, like, I don't have to like it as a Vikings fan, but I have to respect it so far. Because how impressive they've looked and the caliber of the team they played. I mean, these are 2 teams that were, 2 of the last 4 teams alive in the NFC last year. So it's off to a strong start. Now, as we get more into, the bigger sample size we get, obviously then we can kind of form more, maybe absolute opinions.
Mhm.
But I mean, for me, it's hard to say. It's hard to think of a better first 8 quarters for the Packers. I mean, look, the special teams have still had some hiccups. There's been some penalties, but like if someone, a week ago, if you were told, hey, this is, someone gave you a detailed, look ahead about this is how the first 2 games go, you'd be doing cartwheels.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, when this schedule came out and you're like, ooh, okay, Lions, but then short week Commanders, it's like, I think if you asked a lot, and I was talking to a fair amount, but if you asked a lot of Packers fans, they probably would have been happy with 1-1,
right,
or satisfied with 1-1. But the fact that you're 2-0, 1-0 in the division, and it's conference opponents too is key, because we don't know how the season's going to play out. It could determine on tiebreakers or such or whatever. So the fact that you are starting off 2-0 against those 2 teams, I think is a big deal. Now we got 15 more games to go. Right. At this point, but to start off the way they have and the way they've done it too is, I mean, when was the last time, like I'm trying to remember myself, when was the last time when we're talking about a Green Bay team and the focus has been all on the defense in a good way? You know what I mean? Like it's all been about the defense and just what you're watching, and we could go through all the numbers and how many points they're allowing between these 2 teams and whatever, and this, that, the other thing. But it's the other stuff we're seeing. 12 quarterback hits last night again. 12 quarterback hits, 4 quarterback sacks against Jaden Daniels, which is not a statue back there.
No.
I'm not used to this, okay? You probably have a little bit more experience with better defenses for your tenure as a Vikings fan. I'm not. So, and I think a lot of people probably aren't either. 2010 was different because we didn't know they were going to be a top 5 in a lot of categories. We didn't know that. We didn't have that expectation really, because remember, 2009 was not great. They were transitioning to a 3-4, and everybody's like, well, it takes a couple of years to transition. It's like, okay, whatever. And then even when they did, but it was Howard Green and Frank Zombo and Eric Walden mixed in with a Clay Matthews in his second year and a Charles Woodson and such. But this is different. It's different. And I don't know the last time I mean, because let's face it, it's been because we've had quarterbacks. So it's always been about the offense, right? Now we're talking about a defensive team here. And I'm not used to this. I'm not used to this right now. And I hope, there's going to be probably a game or 2 where there's going to be some clunkers. Let's just play the odds in that, right? It's going to happen. There'll probably be more, more teams, more film looking what's Green Bay doing here? How do we kind of counter that? Blah, 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 sort of thing. But I don't it's to the point now where I want to see the defense on the field. And I can't remember the last time I felt that way for a Green Bay team. I know it's only 2 games in and I'm probably overreacting, but that's the feeling I have right now. I'm trying to keep a level head about this and not trying to get hurt when, kind of like the Brewers side where we're like, I'm ready to get my heart broken sort of thing. But there's a swag and there's a confidence with this team right now. I'm sure some people call it arrogance, or whatever, but right now, if you are a Packers fan, how can you not be excited with what you're witnessing? And I guess for you as somebody on the other sideline, well, poop. I still think the division race is still going to be a very tough one. I don't want to come away saying, oh, it's Green Bay easily now. It's still going to be very close divisional games, I feel like. I almost give Detroit. That's why I wanted, when that schedule came out and everybody's like, oh crap, we got Detroit week 1. I was okay with it because with the 2 coordinators coming in, if there was going to be an adjustment period, get it out of the way right away and take advantage of that.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if that actually was the case.
Yeah.
I don't think we know the full answers yet.
Right. So far this week, from what I've seen, Detroit's been saying the right things. Then Gabe Hutchinson said, he's not going to be dropping in coverage very much, going forward, which probably makes sense.
Yeah.
They feel like they've kind of ironed out some of those things, but you never know until you see the field. Right. So this will be kind of that week, and Detroit plays Chicago. at home. So this will be kind of that week to see if, was last week just kind of a worst case scenario for them and a good case scenario for the Packers, or is there some legitimate worries for the Bears or for the Lions? Because tell you what, if the Lions lose this week,
yeah,
then I think you're going to really, the screws kind of start to turn a little bit, because one thing to lose on the road to Green Bay. It's another thing to lose at home to Chicago.
I am going to throw a big time overreaction question here now. Just bear with me. Let me try to get through my thought out loud here. But you mentioned if the Lions lose to the Bears, they'll be 0-2. And you know who they play the week after? The Ravens in Baltimore. Okay? That's a tough matchup.
And they'd be 0-2 in the division after they won all 6 games in the division and winning the division last year.
Right. So let's say they start off 0-2, and let's say it's just not going great this year. It wasn't that long ago Dan Campbell was on the hot seat. Remember, it was not that long ago. And then it changed in that. If it reverts, if Detroit misses the playoffs this year, is that question going to be thrown out there? Well, was all that success Dan Campbell, or was it his coordinators?
That conversation could happen. I don't think he would be in any.
I don't think he'll be fired.
No, I don't think he'd be in danger of that. I think those conversations from the outside would probably start happening. But I would not, if I was Detroit, feel like that Dan Campbell needs to be moved on from.
No, I don't think that either. But I do think that's going to be a conversation from like, whoa, so how big was Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson to that success? I think more people realize it with the offensive side. With
Ben
Johnson.
It's almost easier to see on offense, I think.
Because even he wasn't the coordinator right away when Campbell got there.
No, and the Lions offense was much more prolific. Like, the Lions defense was good, but it wasn't like one of the top couple in the league like the Lions offense was for Ben Johnson.
Right, exactly. So I am curious to see how that goes. Like if let's I know like Peter Schrager didn't pick the Lions to make the postseason this year, and he usually is pretty good on his picks, regardless of what Ryan Clark says. But if they don't, I'd be curious. That's going to be an interesting offseason, I think.
Yeah.
Because.
And plus, they're in the spot where now, people are getting paid.
Yeah.
You got to, in theory, you believe
a lot of
you're
guys
going to
got
have
paid this offseason.
And you think in Hutchinson probably going to get paid maybe this coming offseason.
Yeah.
So, I mean, hard decisions will have to be made.
The narrative too, I mean, this is probably one of the most surprising stats to come from these 2 games from Green Bay for me. In 2 games on 41 carries, Green Bay's only given up 97 yards rushing. Because what were we told? Run defense is going to suck now. Teams are going to run it all over and run it up the middle. Less than 100 yards on 41 carries. And that's gone up against
a little over 2 yards a carry against you'd think would be a good run defense or run offense for Lions. It has been in the past. And Washington's a little bit different, but still Jane Daniels
has 17 yards rushing.
So kind of 2 different ways of getting yards on the ground. And then so far it hadn't happened.
I mean, the pressure I think we all kind of expected in that. Maybe it's been better than what we expected at points, but to me, the run defense, I think, is the biggest surprise so far. Because, I mean, you figure, okay, it's probably going to suffer a little bit. But if you'd have told me in 2 games, we'd only give up a total of 97, what are you eating or, drinking or, the other, what are you doing over there? Like, what's going through your mind sort of thing? That, to me, is like, okay. And maybe maybe that'll change. Maybe it's bulletin board material for some of these guys and they're using it as motivation. I don't know. But dang, it's impressive. Like if you told me Jahmyr Gibbs would be held to under 50 yards total from scrimmage in week 1, and Jaden Daniels had 200 yards passing, and a lot of them coming towards the end.
Came in as someone who was going up against someone playing Jaden Daniels in one of my fantasy leagues, I was very well aware of how many garbage yards Jaden Daniels got in that last quarter.
Right. So I mean that's pretty darn impressive, I would say. All right, we got to take another break here. We'll be back with more, though. Send us your thoughts. Text it, 715-830-1912. Quick break. We'll be back after these words. Zach on our video stream there. See, trying to catch up on some of the stuff here. Says before the season started, I definitely had those two games as a split. I personally think this is the toughest division in football. It's going to be interesting to see how Detroit plays this weekend. So I think, yeah, even your Vikings too. It's going to be interesting to see how that one plays too.
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta is no pushover. Like they easily could have won that game last week or against Tampa Bay last week. Said there's some playmakers there. We'll see if Drake London plays. Bijan Robinson's a problem for opposing defenses to slow down at running back. So it's an interesting matchup, and more so than just the 2 second-year quarterbacks.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to make some of those picks coming up here in just a little bit here, which, by the way, if you did not get your picks in for the Pro Football Weekly Pickup Challenge, you probably missed out on one last night unless you were going to pick the Commanders anyways, and I guess it doesn't matter at this point. So, but if you have, or maybe you just did that one, and you're like, oh, dude, I got to do the other ones, you know the drill. Just go to our website, scroll all the way down to the bottom on the Fan Cave tab, and make your picks on over there. Was going to bring it up, see what the leaderboard looks like right now. You keep going. Never mind. James and Luke are up there tied with 15. Myself, John, B-Tom, the Bomb, Todd, Carl, Brian tied for second, and then there's Brandon Berg sitting in third with Tim and maybe some others.
Let's go, Tim, and some others. Let's catch them.
Hey, you're on the first page of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
So, but as we know, one game
makes difference.
Makes a big difference here. So, but yeah, get those picks on in. Get those picks on. And this is still what it's. I know they've done it for a couple of years now, but it still throws me for a loop. There's 2 Monday night games for week 2.
Yeah. Yep.
Do you like that they switched that so it's not over like it used to be week 1 where you had the early one?
I kind of do. I kind of do. I kind of like giving that one Monday night game the spotlight.
Yep.
And then, yeah, I kind of do,
because it was kind of like, for better or worse. I mean, you knew it was going to be a West Coast game for that second one.
Of course, yeah.
I mean, that was always going to be the case. And
one year Minnesota played. I think it was 2015. They played San Francisco in it.
Yep. I remember, and I remember one year Green Bay, it might have been a couple times, but I know Green Bay had the first one because it was Rodgers' first start. It was 08, and I went to that game. But they played the Vikings that day. The only reason I bought tickets for that one was not because it was Rodgers' first start. It was the fall. Favre's on the ticket. They were going to retire his number and all that stuff. So he's
obviously things happen.
Yeah.
Do you still have that ticket?
I do.
Okay.
I keep all my tickets, even to this day. When it's like the mobile ones, I screenshot it and print it and just put it in a binder. But I did see, you know what? I'm going to make that as part of our cream of the crop here. So let's do cream of the crop, bottom of the barrel. Cream of the crop for me, the Washington Capitals, because they are bringing back paper tickets for what could be Alex Ovechkin's final NHL season.
That's cool.
Well done. I keep those. I keep them in a binder. It's what I collect every game I go to. Mostly the football, the Packer ones, but if they still had the Brewers ones in that, I still screenshot them in that. But I still have some Brewers ones from like playoff games and that. Paper tickets, man. So we could scrapbook those. Well done. Cream of the crop, the Washington Capitals.
There you go.
Yeah. All right, your cream of the crop.
Mine's going to be pretty generic. I'm just going to go with the first week of the NFL season. Like, it's what we saw right off the bat. I mean, obviously with the crazy comeback Sunday night, Monday night, but just in general, the games, like, look, I'm a baseball guy. I'm a baseball guy first. But stuff like this is why the NFL is the most popular sport. Like, you don't get this in other sports. And maybe it's because there's fewer of them, whatever. But like, just you almost couldn't write it better in with how some of these games went for week 1.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to let you go for your bottom of the barrel because I got something, and well, just save mine here.
Gotcha.
First, so.
Well, mine it kind of goes off to something that was said a little bit earlier this week, and I'm gonna read it verbatim and then kind of give my comment. And I'm gonna from someone who kind of paraphrased the quote, and that was Rachel Nichols. Reporter,
NBA, yeah.
And that's from from NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, who usually seems pretty media savvy.
Yeah.
But I thought he kind of had a misstep this week.
Okay.
According to Rachel Nichols, Adam Silver was asked about the rising cost to watch a season of NBA games as a fan of a particular team, considering all the games on either cable or streaming services. He said that there's a bunch of games that will go on free broadcast TV, and that fans can also consume the league in other ways besides watching games, knowing the NBA is a highlight league. Basically pointing people to like the NBA's YouTube page to watch the highlights of the game.
That almost sounds like the Manfred Trophy thing.
And I had seen some people actually make that comparison.
Yeah.
And like, to me, that's just a misstep on his part. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it almost seems like you're a little tone deaf to the issue, which is a very real issue. I mean, I've had this conversation with people, even people that are NBA fans, about just, the cost of the different services now. I mean, now you're adding in Prime, Peacock exclusive games. Like, it's a lot. I mean, certainly people in this state are familiar with the Brewers, with, kind of how difficult it's been to kind of, watch the Brewers consistently. And I know there's a lot of people, like, it's an added cost. Like, it's frustrating. And, this is something the NFL, even with games on Prime, a couple games this year on Netflix, that kind of stuff, like, you're still getting the vast majority of your games across Fox, CBS, NBC, and even ESPN. So even if you're just totally linear on your TV, you got an antenna, you're watching that way, like, you're still getting the vast majority of your team's games. Like, this is just a misstep for me from Adam Silver. It just said it reads a little kind of almost tone deaf to something that is a legitimate issue.
You're right too, but it is a little surprising to hear that from Adam Silver with that, but I that's the first I heard that, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
so
it was a couple days ago.
Yeah, that's I would agree with you on that one. So mine, I'm gonna make mine a little personal. It's been a rough week. And I saw a couple more, so it kind of set me off a little bit. But Brandon kind of knows where I'm going with this one. Yes, last Friday we announced a programming change. Okay, we are on for 4 hours from now, or 4 hours now. Bill Michaels is on for 4 hours. It was the end of a contract. They decided we're gonna have more local programming. Okay, what I don't appreciate is the messages that I have been getting that are personally attacking me. Okay. Just stop. It's been a hard week reading some of this garbage from people personally attacking me. So we got to do better. Okay. We got to do better. That's all I'm going to say.
If it's one thing to say your disappointment or your displeasure of something, if you cannot do that without personally attacking somebody, then that's an indictment on you.
So thank you. Brandon's been, you've been a nice, good support. I love DP.
I do too.
But
as you said, it's a decision to go more local. Look, if you agree with it or you don't, hey, to voice your opinion on that is fine. But when you go into the world of personal attacks on people for things like that, then that is crossing the line. This isn't something we should have to bring up. I think this should be common knowledge, but here we are.
Yes. I mean, every day. So it's hopefully that kind of changes now, but it is what it is, I suppose. All right, let's take a quick break, and we're going to do some picks.
We got a lot of picks.
Yeah, we do. So let's run through.
We're going to hustle.
Hustle in, hustle out.
Travis Single rules. Hustle out, hustle in.
All right, quick break. We'll be back. All right, let's run through this, Brandon. Hustle in, hustle out for our picks. Where would you? I'll give you the honors. Do you want to start college, baseball, or NFL?
College.
Okay.
I honestly don't care, but
Okay.
I know we're running a little short on time, so I just said the first thing I thought of.
I was like the brain fart. there
It
for a
wasn't that.
second.
It wasn't that hard of a decision.
Let's do. How about why not Colorado at Houston? That's tonight.
Houston.
I'm gonna go Houston too. How about I'm just couldn't because there's so many.
Georgia.
I like that line though, 3.5 for Georgia.
Yeah, and that's in Knoxville.
Tennessee, yep.
Yeah, that's in Knoxville.
Yep. So, how about South Florida, Miami, 18 versus 5?
I'm gonna go Miami, but I think South Florida. I mean, obviously they've made some waves these first couple weeks. I think they keep it close for a while.
I don't like that line. I'm gonna go Miami, but 17.5 seems like
That's
a lot.
No, I'll take South Florida to cover.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking like a 31-17 kind of game.
Yep. How about Ohio at Ohio State? I have a reason for bringing this one up. The line's 30.5. And I'm gonna give actually, I think it was McAfee saying, don't sleep on the Bobcats.
I am gonna take the Buckeyes to cover though.
Ooh.
To win and to cover.
To win, they don't cover. Texas A&M at Notre Dame.
Ooh. Texas A&M was kind of the best team money could buy this offseason, the transfer portal, but I'm going to take Notre Dame.
I'm going to take Notre Dame too. So, all right, let's do. How about Minnesota at Cal? Minnesota's 2.5.
The late night game.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Cal.
Ooh, after Minnesota's throbbing where they ran out of fireworks.
Late night game. It's going to be curious to see how obviously a central time zone team plays with a 9:30 start.
Yeah. Yep. I'm going to go Minnesota. Much as that kind of pains me. Okay, then let's do Wisconsin, Alabama. So the line still is at 20.5. It hasn't changed with the quarterback news. So
no. Alabama wins. Wisconsin's covered the first two.
Barely.
But they've covered the first two. I'm going to say Wisconsin covers, but barely. Like a 34-17.
Alabama wins and they don't cover. Or Alabama covers, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Alabama wins and Wisconsin does not cover. So, baseball-wise, these are series. Tampa Bay Cubs. Cubs. Royals, Phillies.
Royals.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I like it. You know what? Yeah. Phillies got too high of a head right now. Royals. I like it. I know where you're thinking. Pittsburgh, Washington. Baltimore, Toronto. White Sox, Guardians. Guardians. Tigers, Miami. Tigers. Yankees, Boston. This might be a little spicy now.
Boston.
I'm going to go Boston too. Texas and the Mets.
I'm
going to go Rangers. Houston, Atlanta.
Houston.
Arizona, Minnesota.
Arizona.
Cardinals, Rockies, Padres. Reds, Athletics.
Reds.
Angels, Mariners.
Mariners.
Giants.
Dodgers.
And then Cardinals, Brewers.
I'm going to go Brewers 2-3.
I'm going to go Brewers too.
Bounce back.
Yep. All right. Here we go. Jacksonville, Cincinnati.
I am going to go with Cincinnati.
I'm going to go Cincinnati. I refuse to believe that offense was as bad as they were in week 1. Giants, Cowboys.
I'm going to go Cowboys.
I'm going Cowboys too. Bears, Lions.
I am going to go Lions in this one, though. I do think they bounce back.
Yeah, Lions. Rams, Titans.
I'm going to go with the Rams.
I'm going to go Rams. I'm a little surprised it's only a 5.5.
Yeah.
That one surprises me. Patriots and the Dolphins.
I'm going to go Patriots here.
I can understand it. I'm still going to go Dolphins. 49ers and Saints. This all of a sudden now has become interesting. Yeah.
Looks like Mac Jones making that start. I'm still going Niners, though.
I'm going to go Niners, and Mac Jones is going to make himself a boatload of money these next few weeks with Kyle Shanahan. Buffalo and the Jets.
Buffalo.
Seahawks, Steelers.
I'm going to go with the
Steelers. Cleveland, Baltimore.
I'm going to go
Baltimore. Denver and Indianapolis.
I am going to go with Denver.
I think too many people are making a big deal about the Colts one for their last game last week. Carolina, Arizona.
I'm going to go Carolina.
Philly, Kansas City.
Who's your pick?
Who did I pick for this one? I went Philly.
Oh, okay. No, I mean the Carolina.
Oh, I'm sorry. Arizona.
Okay. I'm going to go Philly.
Yeah, I'm going Philly too. I'm going to save your game for last. Tampa, Houston.
I'm going to go Tampa.
I'm going to go Houston. Chargers, Raiders.
I'm going to go with the Chargers.
I'm going to go Chargers too. And then Atlanta at Minnesota. The Kirk Cousins game.
as he watches on as two younger quarterbacks play.
The repeat of the national championship from a couple years ago.
And I say it's going to be a similar result. I will take the Vikings.
I am going to go with the Vikings as well. So, hey, we made it through.
I was a little worried. That's what, when you were going through those baseballs, like, we don't got much time left here, but
fast fire. I like it. Fast fire. We went through that thing quick.
Your version of the fastest 3 minutes.
We should have timed that.
It was more than 3 minutes.
I was going to say, I think it went more than 3 minutes. So, all right, there you have it. So we got big weekend. Where are you going to be at tonight again? Remind all the listeners.
Field, Chippewa Falls, River Falls. Chippewa Falls is Veterans Appreciation Night. If
It's
you're in
very
Chippewa
cool.
Falls and you see a flyover go over your house, that's what it's for.
That's so cool that they're
It
doing
is.
that for high school too. That's so cool.
Yeah, big fund. Yeah, for veterans get free admission.
Mhm.
You give acknowledged on the field before the game.
Yep. I like it. That's so cool. Well done, Chippewa. Well done. All right. Have a good day. Have a good weekend. Bill Michaels is up next. Same place, same time on Monday morning. Talk to you then.